to wait, or can't remember your exact language, but to not get too granular with that, because I note that the maps included within the FDS are relatively specific in terms of the amount of detail they provide, but your view is that it's a strategic document. The panel should take a step back from that level of detail and look at it in its entirety and more at strategic outcomes as opposed to those more specific policy points.
That's exactly right, yes. And I think that really reflects that it is a high-level and strategic document, but it also recognises that further more detailed technical work has been undertaken to, as part of this plan change, to inform the heights and density. So you can think about it in terms of Plan Change 29 being an evolution of the FDS, is how I would describe it.
Just a couple from me. Again, some of them high level, but the first one, in terms of the recommendation to remove the high density residential zone, is anybody opposing the removal? I mean, I don't think I've got evidence before us, but has there been any feedback from parties who are likely to oppose it? It seemed like it was a welcome position.
Not that I'm aware of, no. I did review, I've briefly reviewed the evidence of Brendan Liggett for Kāinga Order, and I understand that they're generally in support, and I'm not aware of any other submitted evidence online which is opposing the removal.
Thank you, that was my view, and I suppose just from the panel's point of view, saying where there is no contested expert evidence and provided what's been proposed is broadly supported, not out of whack, I mean, the panel's unlikely to play around with that, put that out there now, so parties may have some confidence. Can I turn to the RPS? And I know you'll probably be expecting these questions. And similar line of questioning that I put to Ms Anderson, and I have read the section 32 in the appendix and understand the view that you've come to. But can I just go to the RPS? You don't need to, for example, there is a chapter that's called Urban Expansion, and you sort of highlighted that, and it says that the objective is to avoid, remedy, or mitigate the adverse effect of urban expansion. And there's only sort of passing reference to one of the policies where urban expansion is less desirable than intensification. So there's clearly the RPS, which we accept as old and clearly out of date, doesn't express a whole view or a policy position on urban intensification. And equally, when I just look across it at amenity, there is one of the policies which I was quite surprised with, preservation and enhancement of amenity and conservation value. So again, it's clearly setting up what appears to me to be a fairly high test in terms of current amenity and preservation of that amenity. And I noted in a number of the other Section 42A reports, even without the high density residential, the planners are saying, and some of the policies talk about, there is a reasonable level of amenity, reasonable daylight, and all that. So clearly it seems to me that amenity values will change. And I know that the NPS on UD talks about that and says some people's will be enhanced and others not. But from a planning perspective, how do you see Plan Change 29 fitting into that context, i.e. we don't have an RPS around intensification, but we do on urban expansion, and we have one around really trying to preserve current amenity values. Plan Change 29 changes that quite fundamentally, potentially, in my view. But what's your response to that?
So, as Ms Anderson mentioned, Plan Change 29 doesn't seek to amend the RPS, and look, it is a first generation policy statement, and it clearly doesn't have the policy directive around well-functioning urban environments and everything else that is included in the NPS-UD. But in terms of the extent to which it gives effect to it, it almost gives effect to it by the absence of policy, I would say. So while there is policy there around urban expansion, there is nothing in there which is contrary to the NPS on urban development, in my view. In relation to amenity values, the RPS, I think, can be read in the context of how the NPSUD now defines or gives some colour to how amenity value should be interpreted for the purpose of interpreting it. But certainly there is still a need for recourse to the NPSUD for this plan change, in my view.
Were you involved at all in the exposure draft of the whole district plan review?
For some components, yes.
Well, I mean, again, I know that has no status whatsoever, but I was looking at that, and again, it's fundamentally different to the current RPS, and it clearly does address urban intensification, and in fact, amenity and amenity values is barely mentioned. And again, I suspect that's partly coming out of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Seems to me that the council, Inc., not necessarily your professional group, but the council has clearly thought about that and understands it needs to be changed. Notwithstanding that the council decided to bring Plan Change 29 in the absence of change in the RPS, would it have been better to have run a companion RPS change with Plan Change 29, or have run an RPS plan change and then run Plan Change 29? And I'm not asking you to get into council policy, but just from a planning and a hierarchy perspective to help guide Plan Change 29.
Yeah. Look, purely from a hierarchy perspective, it would have been better to amend the RPS as well, but that wasn't the decision that was made at the time, and I think that is in the context of the draft Nelson plan being there, and there being a need for some further certainty around the RMA reform package to progress that, and also the desire to keep the housing plan, Plan Change 29, reasonably focused in its scope, in the knowledge that that plan was coming in over the top at some point in the future.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then just coming to the FDS, just to round that off again from a planning perspective, I think you've answered Commissioner Parsonson's question. The FDS, is structured, as you say, there's that strategic component about the growth component, then there's implementation, and there's that whole section about what we will do. And it does suggest that what we will do, particularly where there are areas of intensification, there'd be some of the neighbourhood plans would be done. And in fact, in the time frame, some of those would be short term, which I'm not sure I can't remember what short term meant in that context. Do you know of any, again, I know you're a consultant, but do you know if any of those have been done or advanced or in the pipeline?
Perhaps one of the key ones I think that was raised in submissions reasonably frequently were the neighbourhood plans, and I understand there hasn't been any formal progress around that, but I understand that is coming, and the implementation plan for the FDS talks about the program for those neighbourhood plans progressing this year in 2024.
2024, is that you're saying? What was this year?
Yeah, I can refer you to the relevant part of the implementation plan where that is.
Oh, that was right. That's
but that's in relation to neighbourhood plans.
Right.
And there are a range of other actions set out in that implementation plan. The timing is as it's stated in the document, but as these things roll out, there tends to be a bit of flexibility as well.
At one level, it's all contextual, but just so, and Ms. Barker might be asked to answer, has the implementation plan been done? Oh, it has been done. So that's out. That's a public document. I haven't.
Yes, it was released in November 2023. So
okay, great. Thank you.
We're currently reviewing it again.
Things move fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Just the question is really just sort of leading into issues that we're going to be interrogating in terms of natural hazards as we go through the day. But and it's a common issue that seems to arise in various natural hazard plan changes throughout the country. But as it stands, the natural hazard maps are an embedded part of the plan, and future changes to those would be required through a plan change. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Was there any consideration at an overarching strategic sort of planning phase of the plan change to have a map series that sat outside the plan and informed rules within the plan?
I might defer that question to Ms. Robb and Ms. Carter, Carter, if that's okay. But that was certainly a consideration through the Section 32 process. Yeah.
Ms. Morgan?
Not Miss Morgan.
Look, and I'm sure there'll be further questions on this for Mr. Wallace, but you put forward that one of the key factors to consider is whether we're providing intensification opportunities in accessible locations. And I'll ask further questions around this, but from a strategic perspective, and in your read of both the NPSUD and the intention of this plan change, should that be taken as currently evaluated as accessible locations, or the potential for in the zoning to create accessible locations?
So the NPSUD talks about existing and planned public transport, and I'll can find the policy reference there. But that to me suggests we do need to, the consideration needs to be given to what's there now on the ground in terms of accessibility, plus what is reasonably planned through the council's long-term plans and regional public transport plans and that sort of thing. Beyond that, in my view, it starts getting a bit too speculative. So, yeah, existing and planned, I think are the key points.
I guess in the context of Plan Change 29, you, as part of a sort of accessibility analysis, we're obviously not just looking at transport, but also those wider questions of destination, of employment opportunity, of which we are equally making, or it's proposed to make changes to where that could be available within the urban area. And so I guess how would you have the panel turn their mind to those strategic considerations? And feel free to, I'll ask similar questions of Mr. Wallace shortly, but how would you have us turn our minds towards essentially the flow-on impacts of our zoning or changes recommended that could then eventuate in higher accessibility for an area which, just looking at what's on the ground, doesn't score as highly?
Yes, that's an interesting question. And again, I think it is a challenge because that would result in needing to make some predictions about what that future accessibility might be, particularly in terms of things like, say, open space and community facilities and that sort of thing. And if there isn't a lot of certainty that those sorts of facilities would be provided in an area in the future, it would be difficult, in my view, to base a zoning decision on that or a planning opinion on that, if that makes sense. But Mr. Wallace may be able to talk to that. I'm sure we'll be able to talk to that in more detail as well.
Thank you very much. Is it Mr. Wallace first or no?
I believe it's Lawrence, if he is there. Harry?
Morning.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear and see us?
Good morning. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Well, just hand over to you, just really for summary of your evidence in your latest statement.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, Lawrence McElroth from Market Economics. I prepared the summary statement. I assume that my main evidence has been read. I have to say the summary statement is actually quite long when you start kind of going through it. So I'll probably present the summary of the summary. So the key points of my summary is really I'll talk a little bit about the methodology, just touch on that. and then the key findings. So if we have a bit of time left, I'll talk about some of the submissions. Now, in terms of the methodology, it's really consistent. So it's something that we've applied across several projects for the Nelson City Council, but it's also the methodology that we've applied in other council areas in New Zealand, but also other councils have applied the same methodology. So you get a lot of consistency in there. So, it's, we can have confidence in the methodology. In terms of the structure of the model, it has three parts. It's the demand part, which obviously draws on the population. And then we have the capacity part, which we call the supply side. And then the third part is really bringing the supply and demand together. I think it's important just to note that we're not doing a sufficiency assessment as such. And we're also, as part of this process, not doing a housing capacity assessment, even though the tool that we use is entirely consistent with those processes. So just in terms of the demand and supply parts, just touch base on that. So demand obviously draws on the population projections. Those were prepared by Love's data for council. We take those projections and we then translate that further into housing types, different typologies, and we also reflect things like affordability. On the capacity side, so that's your supply component, that analysis is a bit more complicated. But in a high level, what we do is we start with the planning provisions. We go through at a parcel level assessment, have a look at what the plan enabled capacity is. So that's important. That's your theoretical maximum. But then we have to take a step down in that process and actually say, well, how much of that capacity, just because it's planned, doesn't mean it's going to happen. How much of that is likely to actually occur? So we go through a process to estimate the feasible capacity, and that takes a developer's perspective. And we say, well, look, based on the available information, based on our assessment, do we expect sales, the potential sales price, to be greater than all of the costs plus 20%? If that ratio holds, then we say it is feasible. Otherwise, we disqualify that. And then the third part of the methodology is then just to, at a high level, say, well, is there sufficient capacity, yes or no? We also have a range of other more technical bits in there. So we actually account for the growth over time, changes in land value, capital values, value of improvements, and sales prices. So we actually have quite a robust and quite a technical process. But I think for the purpose of what this assessment, what we did here, is the focus is really on the feasible capacity. So that is how much is available, and that is, how much feasible capacity do we have by different value bands across different locations. And essentially, we end up comparing the feasible capacity for the current situation. So that's the NRMP, the notified plan change 29, but we also look at the revised zoning option. So it's really taking all of those three components, focusing on that feasible capacity. How does that relate to potential demand? And that's kind of the main building blocks for the analysis. In terms of the key points that I just highlight here, again, I'll just look at the demand and supply side separately. The demand side, of course, that draws on the population projections. Now, just to note, so as already been said, there are actually quite a lot of different demand projections floating around. But it's important to note that the Love's data, the medium projection that we use here actually aligns very well with the Stats NZ high projections. So while we call it the medium projections, it is actually reasonably aggressive. As part of the analysis, I've actually gone back and compared the different growth rates, and I can say that I'm actually quite comfortable with where they land. If we look at the growth projections that we use, it shows good alignment with the historic growth pathway of the city, which we know has actually seen quite a strong uptick in recent years. So having that strong growth over the sort of short, medium term embedded in the projections is accurate and is appropriate. Now, over the long term, we know that we have demographic patterns changing, the aging population, changing fertility rates and those sort of things. And we actually expect those sort of dynamics to start influencing the demand. And again, those are appropriately reflected in those projections. So I guess going through the process, using the total change, we also have to add a competitiveness margin. So that comes from the MPSUD. And essentially it's saying, look, over the short and medium term, what is demand? We add 20% to that. Over the long term, we add another 15%. So the thinking behind adding that in, saying, look, we don't want to constrain the market. We actually want to make sure that that we plan for growth, but we actually add a little bit extra to make sure that we don't underzone and underprovide. So with that, those sort of bit of background, I guess, the total Nelson-wide household projections over 30 years, we're looking, as Morgan's already said, total projections 7,600 round numbers. So, of course, the plan change looks at intensification. So that's the urban component, redevelopment and intensification. So even if once we include that, the margin, the total dwelling, the potential demand that we're talking about is around 3,190. So that includes that margin. But that's the kind of the line of the sand, so that's how much we have to plan for. So the number, round numbers, keep that in the back of your mind, 3,190. So the next part of the assessment actually go to the supply side. As I said earlier, actually compare the different plans, so the NRMP versus the notified plan change 29, and then later on I'll talk a little bit about the revised zoning options. So as part of the process, of course, as I said earlier, start with a plan-enabled capacity. So that's the theoretical maximum. Before I actually get to those numbers, I think it's important to note there's a whole range of technical considerations behind it. I tried to really just synthesize the numbers and come up with almost headline numbers just to make comparison a little bit easier. But plan-enabled capacity under the NRMP is about 10,400. And the notified plan change 29, we're approaching or just over 60,000. So you already see there, we more by a factor of 6, so massive step change in the plan enabled capacity. Of course, a big portion of that increase is the higher density stuff. And I'll talk about that a bit later. But even so, even if we look at just the detached typologies, see a big step change in the enabled capacity. Now, your plan-enabled capacity is really important, but it's only the one block. It's your starting point, and how much of that actually gets developed is a function of the potential demand, what households want, but also what developers can develop. So we go through that process, actually look at different sites and identify the commercially feasible capacity. So that's, as I said earlier, it's all the cost plus 20%, compare that with a potential sales price. And if the sales price is greater, then it is seen as commercially feasible. So I've obviously gone through that process, had a look at that. And again, the difference between the NRMP and the notified plan change 29 is significant. So if we look at detached dwellings, so the net change, how much more capacity is there? Detached 3,625, that's additional, and the attached dwellings, is 23,450. So we immediately see, big step changes, under the notified plan change. So I think it's important here to go, look, it's not just about the quantum, it's actually what does that mean? And I think if we take that and we go, look, there's a lot more of capacity that's enabled. So what does that mean? It actually translates for the market and translates into choice. And that's where we look at the NPS and go, look, we have to enable more choice. That's the choice that actually drives and supports the competitive functioning of the land market. So that's a key element and, a big increase and improvement under the notified plan change 29. Part of the choice is also, it's a quantum thing, but it's also the variety and diversity. So obviously plan change 29 enables greater variety of typologies. It enables more development across more locations, and as already said by Ms. Morden, actually changes the price dynamics. It actually lowers some of those prices. So the three big key takeaways from that is that, look, we're actually enabling more dwellings, so that's greater choice, greater variety, greater typology, greater location, and it actually helps bring some of those prices down, and that's important in terms of the price points and affordability. So looking at the revised zoning option, so essentially the key change here is replacing the high density zone with the medium density type provisions. There's also the high density on larger sites. I comment on the high density and large sites separately. A reason for that is it is extremely difficult to put a firm handle on the potential capacity that's enabled on those sites. So the big difference between the notified plan change 29 and the revised zoning option is just that change in the high density to the medium density. Having said that, the key figures, if we look at the plan-enabled capacity and the feasible capacity, and we compare that against the NRMP, you still get a significant step change. Plan enabled capacity goes up to 33,500. That's a factor of 3 up. If we look at the feasible capacity, for detached dwellings, 6,825, attached dwellings, 23,450. Now, it's important to remember that that line in the sand, the potential demand that we're looking at, it's 3,200, including that margin. So we already see that we're enabling significant more capacity relative to that demand. So, and part of that process, while enabling, affordability is a key component of that, and we have talked about the price points. So what I have done as part of this, actually calculated the weighted average, how much do prices actually change considering typology and all the changes with it, and compared to the NRMP, both Plan Change 29 and the revised zoning option, price points is about 25% down. Now, just to clarify, that is the sales price, based on how a developer would actually view those potential developments. So we actually see there's a whole range of developments that's enabled in the lower price bands, and that is across detached and attached typologies. So in terms of the high density and larger sites, as I said earlier, it's really difficult to put a firm number on the capacity associated with that. And that's really because we're starting to talk about amalgamations. I spent quite a bit of time trying to see if I can find a way to get an estimate of future amalgamations, looking at land values per square meter, and those sort of things. But I didn't land on a satisfactory position for that. But I will comment on the spatial extent and the spatial location of the high density, large sites. It's appropriately located, it's around the centers, and that is, will support the well-functioning urban environment and supporting the local centers. But I think an important point to just bear in mind here is if we look at the relative demand for the high density sites and the potential typologies in the Nelson context, that's actually quite low. So there are some risks associated with the spatial extent where, because demand is low, you only need one or two or a handful of developments to actually capture all of the demand for that, for those typologies. Just looking at some of those submissions, I think I've covered off some of those already. I think a key thing here is, and I won't go into all of those, all of the comments, but it's really about looking at the relative demand situation. If we look at the potential demand, we know we've got 3,200 odd, units that we have to provide for, and we look at the spatial extent of some of the high density stuff. It's a relativity situation, and the potential trade-offs associated with enabling high density across very large locations. The risk is that you actually a small number of developments can capture almost all of the demand, and then you dilute the benefits of having high density and medium density developments close or around those centers. Just in terms of some of the other submissions, where we look at the building heights and some of those bulk rules, ran a sensitivity analysis. As you'd expect, lowering the height limits actually changes the feasible and the economics of developments. So it actually reduces the amount of feasible capacity that's coming through. It doesn't really change the weighted average prices, but it reduces choice that's available. The same argument for sort of going higher. It enables a lot more of feasible capacity. Takes it under the high density residential zone, lifting that height limit increases capacity to 47,400. But we just don't. That is entirely out of sync with the demand levels for those sort of typologies. I think just in terms of summary and a conclusion, enabling sufficient capacity is really important. The notified plan change 29 and the revised zoning option, clearly presents an upward step change in how much capacity that is available. I've actually gone back, while it's not a sufficiency assessment as such, there is more than enough sufficiency, that is sufficient capacity that is enabled at price points that are lower than the NRMP. And that's, a really important aspect. And I think if we look at, both those options, the notified plan change 29 and the revised zoning options, It enables significantly more dwellings. That's plan enabled and feasible capacity. It enables a greater variety and choice, and that's important. And that is across, typologies. The variety is across typologies and locations, and at a lower price points. So I think that as a summary, I will just leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Mackworth. I will check with your questions. No, okay. Okay, go.
Thank you. I'm just trying to formulate my question because you talk about price points, you talk about the topography, you've talked about the demand, and then you mentioned that a smaller number of developments may actually meet the demand or the capacity and stuff like that. So when we have a demographic of a higher aging population, and we tend to have the transition of domestic younger people leaving, and then we talk about the demand, and you said we needed X number of detached and attached houses, and then we've had an article around, because of the type of topography that the Nelson is, with all the overlays that are being put in and everything else, that insurance and everything else. But you talk about cost and about affordability, and if this was that. But how does that fit in and factor in the cost around and the risk around the insurance, developers' cost about what would be required to build on, say, intensifying in certain areas where the topography would require further development, and things like that? Because I sort of feel like you're going down one particular path, but we did have submissions around that the population trends in Nelson, or as seen in other areas, that the birth rates in that are also dropping. And so if this is the demand based on your current, what was the word you used, aggressive kind of formula or methodology, what is it for if it was not as aggressive because the population in that does not hit those trends, and why that's mentioned that we had the flexibility to build, or hold the capacity, but we're quite limited in the Nelson region. And then you throw in the red flag about amalgamation, but there it comes, let's not put that on the table just this moment. So how do you factor in all of that? I just want to get clear. I'm a bit clouded on where you factor that in.
So thank you for that. I think let's almost want to have a bit of a discussion on this, because there are quite a few sort of elements in there. The first one is, the population projections. Okay. So when we do the population projections, and so this is how market economics, how we do that, but it's also the process that .Love's data, what they use. So they go through what are the potential drivers of population. So you've got migration, you've got your fertility rates, and also your survivorship. So that is, people pass away, people and families have children, and you have people migrating to the location. So those are the three big drivers of population. So we've had a look at the historic growth rates in those, for each of those component parts, and we said, look, this is how each one has changed over the past. This is what's happening with migration patterns. And we say, look, based on these sort of attributes, based on these patterns, what do we expect going forward? Now, within that, you have a low, medium, and a high, because of course there's a good chunk of uncertainty with population projections, and we actually look at the low, medium, and the high. As part of this process, I actually looked at how .Love's data, how they've structured that. I've compared it with the population projections by Stats NZ, and I've also compared it against our internal modeling. So part of that is saying, well, the .Love's data, they use the medium projections that aligns with the Nelson, with the Stats NZ high projections. So, and then I've also compared, said, okay, well, historically, what has actually happened, what materialized in Nelson relative to the historic population projections. And historically, the growth in Nelson actually overshot. It was above the Stats NZ projections, it was closer to the high. So I think the signal out of all of these sort of building blocks is we have to be careful that we don't undershoot the mark here. I think, as Ms. Morgan said a bit earlier, it's easier to slow down the process than it is to accelerate it. The other thing is if we undershoot the market in terms of the capacity that we provide, what are the flow-ons and what are the outcomes of that from the housing market? So essentially what it means is more demand, prices go through the roof, and you have a whole range of affordability issues in there. So that's kind of the one point. The other thing, when you talk about the changing population attributes or characters, so that the aging population, so as part of our assessment, we actually look at those shifts, and that is saying, well, as the population ages, you've got families, kids move out of the house, parents, got empty nesters and people retiring. So we actually look at all of those dynamics as part of the assessment. But I think it's important we see this sort of message, which is almost a bit of a myth that's kind of across New Zealand, especially in some of the tier 2 council areas, where a lot of emphasis being placed on the aging population. And essentially what people think it means is saying we're all getting old and the population is getting smaller. That's not necessarily the case. You can have an aging population where the average age gets higher, but the population as a total continues to grow. So the attributes change, the relative age structure changes, but the number of people, the number of households continue to actually grow. So you still have people in that sort of middle band that you actually need to plan for. So yeah, I think that's important. In terms of the cost element, so that's two components parts there. The one is the developer cost. So how much does it cost to put a dwelling in place? What are the cost of foundation, all of those sort of things. And then there's the ongoing cost and some of the new stories. I saw the article, was it last week, around the insurance companies kind of going, hey, this is uninsurable. Now, as part of I think there's, some analysis that needs to happen in that space about exactly how the insurance companies actually using that and using the council information. In terms of the feasible capacity and the plan-enabled capacity, we used all the information from the council. If there were layers in there kind of going, look, this is an area that's subject to flooding, we're not enabling any development in that location, then that is excluded from our analysis. But in terms of that forward-looking cost with the insurance companies, that is certainly something that's, a bit of a spanner in the works. So hopefully I've addressed most of your points.
I think only one also for me. We've got a number of submissions who are saying that urban intensification should primarily be focused on the inner city zones and progressively build out or allow intensification in other areas once that's been established. Do you want to make a comment on, market preference, economics, and the ability to actually do that from an economics perspective?
It's always about the trade-offs, isn't it? It's like, if you really think about it, we can do whatever we want, but what are the trade-offs? What are the outcomes as part of that? And I think the NPS is also quite clear that we want to stimulate competition, and that is between locations as well. It's not just between typologies in specific locations. So I'd be reluctant to just have one single area, try to focus and get all the development in that area, because what happens if there's a topology location mix and the potential buyer does not want that topology location mix, but want that same topology but in a different location for a range of different reasons. So I think as part of this, it's certainly the preference would be to have different locations also competing against one another.
Thank you for that.
Just a quick question from me. You've got there in regards to the weighted average prices, essentially highlighting the $500,000 difference between the total for the notified PC 29 versus the revised zoning option. I guess from your perspective, you've noted that under both the originally notified and the sort of proposed revised zoning options that they meet sufficient supply for the projected demand. How much weighting should be giving to that sort of wider picture of weighted average prices?
So affordability is really key. It's it's one of the key issues facing Nelson and New Zealand, and there are a whole range of economic factors in that, in the arguments around why do we want appropriately priced households. I mean, it actually has flow-on effects to the relative attractiveness of locations, in terms of household wealth, in terms of well-being. So affordable housing is really important. So I would put, a reasonable amount of weight on that. But of course, it's not the only one. You want quality in that. You want the housing in good locations, and all the urban form stuff that kind of goes with it. So from the economic perspective, affordability is one metric that kind of shows how demand and supply can interact. But there's quite a range of other metrics in there that you should also consider. And it's not, the economists will always say the economic stuff's the most important, but we're actually talking about a range of different outcomes in here. And I'd be reluctant to say focus solely on one metric.
Sorry, a couple more actually. Now I've got you. Just in regards to affordability, and I guess more broadly the economics of population demand is, what consideration has been given to essentially the subsequent impact of zoning changes on demand. So taking a zoning for a high degree of growth, resulting in lower prices, resulting in a more attractive destination and greater population demand. Have you turned your mind to that? And if so, what's your advice for us?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially what you're talking about is the feedbacks. So that is, if we, if we go, as you say, really drive down house prices for argument's sake, that then stimulates demand. You get additional people living in the location. You have additional employment that creates more demand. So it's capturing all of those feedbacks. Modeling that is exceedingly difficult. You're trying to capture all those dynamics, the feedbacks, the relationships about how the elasticity between one component to another. Trying to capture that in a robust way is, almost impossible, especially when you start talking about housing and the economy and GDP and all of those sort of things. So for the purpose of what we've done here is we said, look, this is the population growth. This is the planned enabled capacity, the feasible capacity, and how does the one kind of relate to the other? We did not go down a pathway to simulate the pricing dynamics and the sort of wider economy flows between those. But what we have done is we said, okay, that's sort of the first level of the modeling. A minus B is greater than X, so we're happy with that. But we said, what happens if we actually change some of the input settings? On the demand side, what happens if we actually change some of the distributional assumptions around the supply? So we actually then did a sensitivity analysis to get a sense like, how sensitive is the modeling and the assumptions to actually some of those changes? And the key thing, one of the key elements is really saying, well, what happens if we do get more growth? Now, part of that picture is saying, look, remember we're looking at 3,200 units intensification. If you have higher growth, it's not as if that number is all of a sudden going to double. You start talking 20% difference, upside and downside. So you're adding, a few hundred. It's not as if you're adding, for argument's sake, 10,000 units. So the margins actually become reasonably small.
Thank you. And just finally, in relation to that sort of high density housing typology, you noted the challenge in analysing the high density on large sites, but also the relatively low demand present within Nelson for high density sites. So in terms of your overall conclusions around the revised suggested or proposed zoning, you've said you're confident that or that there is sufficient capacity. Are you convinced that there's sufficient capacity of high density typology to meet the demand identified there?
Yes. It's a short answer. And I think part of that, part of my confidence is if I look at what's happened historically across, the larger cities, the tier ones, the Nelson, not the Nelsons, the Aucklands, the Wellingtons, some of the other councils, the Taurangas, Napier, Hastings, and those places, and where demand has actually gone to, it's gone from detached and then a strong move in Auckland towards the medium density stuff. So we actually see that progression goes stronger towards the medium density. And then over the long term in Nelson, it's actually, well, quite a long time, likely to get to some of the higher density stuff. But it's a scale. I think if we anticipate most of the demand to go detached and, when we see that preference shift to go towards the medium density, then in my view, it is more appropriate to enable the medium density in the short, medium term, and not try to lock in some opportunity for high density stuff in the 30, 40, 50-year term, because the risk of doing that is you actually lock in the status quo.
Yeah, thank you. One really quick question. You said that Nelson's population growth rate historically has exceeded the national average. Mr. Hayes expressed in his submission that I think my understanding is the point he was trying to make was that some of the projections were based on an annual growth rate for Nelson compared to an averaged out growth rate for the rest of the country. Can you just, for the record, provide comment on that in terms of your understanding of how Nelson is outgrowing the national average?
I'm not quite sure what the question is. I mean, we're comparing different data sets, looking at the stats numbers and the potential, the actual numbers in terms of So we have a different data sets. So if we look at projections, of course, that's forward looking. If we look at the backward population estimates from stats, that's reasonably simple, and it's a straight process to actually compare that. It's A divided by B. So I don't know how looking at different years would change the numbers, but it is my understanding that Nelson's outperformed the national.
So your understanding is you're comparing apples with apples when you're making that assumption or that assessment?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we're going to have a discussion all day on this, but thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. It's now 10 to 11, so we'll take the morning tea break until 11:05, and we'll come back then. Thank you. And I think it's Mr. Wallace. You just turn your mic. Sorry. So I have a short presentation where I'm going to go through kind of, I guess, the key issues or some of the key changes. They will, I think, address some of the questions that have come up this morning as well, and I'll endeavour to build that into my presentation. It's very much in two parts. The first part is that kind of wider accessibility zone extent, and then the second part I'll go into some of the key issues around the various zones. Now, I'm happy to take questions throughout the presentation if that's more convenient for you. So please feel free to, I guess, interrupt me and ask me questions while it's fresh on your mind. So starting with the accessibility analysis, so Ms. Morgan covered this off earlier. So the initial work that informed the notified extents was derived from the work that we did as part of the FDS. That work was done in association with MR Cagney. Basically, as a kind of summary, that was quite a high level. It looked at Nelson and Tasman combined. So there was didn't distinguish between either areas. It was based off a 500-metre tessellated grid, essentially. So it divided all urban areas up into 500-metre hexagons, and then used the centroid of those hexagons to various destinations to help inform that analysis. So it was very coarse. It was the outcomes of that is actually not too dissimilar from what I will present to you, but it was a little bit coarser than what we have used to rely on the refinements. In terms of those refinements, so they picked up on queries that were raised through submissions around some issues with where the zone extents were. There were questions around things like slope and steep roads and topography that challenged, I guess, the extent of some of the intensification. So I tried to capture some of those key points in terms of those submissions and bring it into this more refined analysis. So what I am showing on the left there is the FDS accessibility analysis. Now that area circled in yellow is the kind of high accessibility area in my analysis. So that's just for context. So essentially the darkest areas there were identified as the most accessible places in the kind of wider sub-region. Obviously concentrating on Nelson City Centre, moving through to Nelson South and Stoke were the best performing, and then outside of that, Richmond, Te Hononui and Mochiweka were kind of the next cab off the rank. Probably relevant to some submissions, places like Atawhai and Marsden Naftu valleys did not perform as well under that analysis, which as has been picked up, was partially informed of what currently exists on the ground, not necessarily what might exist in the future. On the right, we have the kind of refined summary, and there's some 4 squares there, and I'll go into each of those squares just as a bit of commentary. But that, again, the most accessible areas are really focused in and around Nelson City Centre, the northern end of Vanguard Street, moving through to Nelson South around the hospital, extending along Vanguard Street, Waimea Road, and in and around Stoke, but kind of, I thought, quite interesting, moving more towards Nayland Road, Nayland College, not necessarily focused on the centre itself, but just kind of north of the centre. So just looking at some of the area comparisons, so these are kind of all these kind of key features which fed into the outcome of that analysis that was contained within my memo and subsequent reporting in my evidence. So I've just picked out a few areas just to provide a comparison and based on some of the evidence that you'll have before you. So on the left there we have Atawhai. So basically the things we took into account, we've got a small suburban commercial centre, we've got a bus route with a handful of bus stops, we've got segregated cycling infrastructure, we've got a number of parks, those were captured. And then when you compare that with the area just south of the city centre, we have multiple schools, secondary schools, private schools, primary schools, we've got multiple parks, we have multiple bus routes at different frequencies, we have the city centre itself in terms of its employment opportunities and other civic opportunities available there. We've got full service supermarkets. So really the point of this is to just emphasise that a key component of accessibility is not the mere fact that you may live on a bus route, but it's about where you need to go on those destinations you need to use. There's really kind of two strings to accessibility to consider.
Similarly for Nelson South and Stoke here, again, we have kind of similar issues where you've got your bus interchanges and more frequent bus routes. You've got, lots of schools. You've got employment opportunities. You've got multiple suburban commercial centres. You've got segregated cycling routes. So there's a whole bunch of different components which drive the outcome of that assessment. It's not necessarily one thing. I think that's important to note when you read Policy 1 and Policy 5 of the NPSUD. It's very much a list of things with an and. It's not you just picking out one thing in particular. So my reading and my application of the NPSUD policies is very much it's very much based on the fact that you need that range of factors which contribute to it. In terms of, I might go back and just responding to Commissioner O'Neill-Stevens, your question around looking at accessibility in terms of what's there now or what could be there in the future. I think that's quite an important component. So there's probably a couple elements to dissect there. One is there is specific wording in Policy 5 around planned, active and public transport links, which has a very defined term in terms of in the RLTP and those types of things. So that has been captured in the analysis, I believe. I would say if you were to increase things like bus frequencies beyond that plan, yes, you would invariably improve accessibility. I think you're not necessarily directed to consider that. The problem becomes it's a bit speculative. Are you going to be increasing bus frequency down the brook to every 10 minutes? My guess is you're probably not going to be doing that. You're probably going to be concentrating on your core trunk services. The second element is, in terms of the way I have approached the analysis, there are elements in terms of destination centres that have been factored in and given more weighting to try and reflect a greater intensity of activity, specifically commercial services. So as intensification occurs, I would expect a greater intensity of kind of retail services or commercial activities to naturally focus in places like the city centre or around the hospital. Those areas are already accessible. There is a reason they're accessible. They're also attractive to future employers in terms of ease of access and greater customer base in the future. What I would expect to see in some of the areas where we're promoting more medium density development intensification is you're likely to get more smaller scale services. You might get another cafe popping up on the corner, another ECE might open up, and that will invariably improve that accessibility. I don't think it's determinative of the outcome of a kind of broader zoning extent, and the nature of the levels of intensification that we've proposed still provides opportunity to kind of respond to that. So I think that in terms of that idea of future accessibility, I think it is kind of captured in the work that I have done to date as much as it can be, because it is speculative. So how we've used that to inform the zone and or overlay extent analysis. So there was no, I'll be clear, there was no kind of hard boundary. Yes, this is high, this is mean, therefore this is high accessibility, this is medium density. There is invariably a grey area. You need to apply this to the city as it kind of lays on the land where you've got blocks in between streets. So there's invariably some areas where it's less accessible, but in terms of the block pattern or where a natural boundary for a zone transition happens, you would extend it to that. But broadly speaking, this slide kind of just sets out where those kind of key elements that were considered important for informing accessibility analysis, how they kind of informed where things ended up in terms of those zone extents. So, even in the medium density area, you generally still have multiple schools, multiple parks, bus routes, you've got suburban centres or supermarkets, so you've still got a lot going on there. The lowest accessibility areas, which obviously covers quite a large area, that's not to say that they're inaccessible or you can't get to jobs. It's really trying to draw out that question that Policy 5 asks is the level of accessibility. So invariably there is a requirement for a kind of a comparative analysis between different areas in an urban environment. And the lowest accessibility areas, they vary, but in general, I think when you look at those areas, they're primarily serviced by open spaces, parks. Some of them are closer to some of the smaller suburban centres, so the corner dairies and stuff. You have some segregated cycling routes and bus routes, and you generally have reasonable proximity to schools or sports fields. Not necessarily always, but that's a general summation. And I guess what I'm trying to kind of emphasise is when we look at it, the areas where we've promoted the highest levels of intensification, they meet that requirement for a range of commercial services and community facilities. So it's not sufficient to just have one, in my opinion. It's really giving the greatest opportunity for the most kind of destinations, employment opportunities that people can essentially walk out their front door and access without having to jump in a car, without even having to access on a bus. You know, it's right there. It's convenient for them. This just provides a summary, and Ms Morgan has already covered this in terms of those recommended changes to zone extents. So I'm just trying to show you where the extent of those changes are. For the most part, the medium density zone has remained largely intact. There has been some small modifications in and around Stoke, and obviously some of the old high density areas come to the medium density. The biggest changes really are in the Brook and Atterfy, in my opinion. And those areas are heavily defined by their topography. You know, you've got the brook down a valley floor, kind of one way in, one way out. Yes, you've got a bus service, but you can't just jump over the hills to access everything on the other side. You have to go in and around. So there is a limitation there. And similarly, Atterfy, you're kind of extending up the coastline. It's very long and strung out, and all those services are kind of pinpointed along. There's no kind of obvious concentration of activity in Atterfy. Moving to the zone, so this is just a summary of, in terms of what was notified, that general progression and kind of height and density between the general residential to the inner city, moving from that 1 to 2 stories up to 6 to 7 in the inner city. This table here, we're looking at the residential because this is, I guess, where the most changes have been made. Those grey squares have identified where changes were made between the notified version and the Section 42A. General residential largely unchanged. We have proposed an increase to the landscape area, and that was, whilst relatively minor, it's more a reflection on the kind of intended outcomes as a slightly more suburban, more opportunity for trees in between buildings, and just kind of reinforcing that. In terms of the medium density zone, the key change there being to daylight admission and making some tweaks to the daylight admission control as it applies to the rear boundaries of a site. And you'll see in my evidence there's some rationale around that and some supporting shading analysis in terms of those benefits that could be derived without fully undermining the purpose and the outcomes intended for that zone. And then we have the now high accessibility overlay. So a few changes there. The key driver of some of these changes were, because we were essentially applying it to larger sites, the old provisions were partially based on the nature of the cadastral pattern throughout the high density zone, which is narrower lots typically, and trying to facilitate development on narrower lots. Because the approach has essentially moved to being more enabling on larger lots, there was an opportunity to kind of relook at some of those controls and address some of the concerns raised by submitters in terms of impacts around shading and visual issues. And that has been the key driver of those changes in the high accessibility overlay. General residential zone, as I said, it's more suburban in nature. The development standards are still, a lot of the development standards are still aligned with the medium density zone and high accessibility overlay, which was something that was picked up in general in submissions, I think, and that is still quite deliberate because it provides that opportunity for that smaller scale infill. As soon as you start increasing yard spaces, open space requirements, outlook spaces, all of a sudden smaller scale infill at the rear of sites becomes very, very difficult to do. So it was very deliberate to provide that kind of flexibility. Obviously, we've still got controls like building coverage and stuff which apply, which will impact it and invariably lead to people exceeding minimums. The medium density residential zone, again, this is seeking to enable medium density development in the New Zealand context. So that's duplexes, terraces, and walk-up apartments. Again, it's very important that the development standards associated with the zone enable this outcome. There was quite extensive submissions on things like height, daylight admission angles, seeking to lower them, retain what was there. I mean, fundamentally, they wouldn't enable medium density development on your typical site. And in my opinion, that's not appropriate. Your development standards need to work with your typical lots in general is my position. And you also need to provide a degree of flexibility for individual circumstances on different sites. So we may have topography, or you may need to increase freeboard to get out of flooding. So you might need a little extra height. So there is an allowance for that built into the development standards. In terms of, there are a number of other suggestions around, particularly from the New Zealand Institute of Architects, around a whole bunch of other standards based on New South Wales and Victoria, which you would have seen come through. I don't think that's necessary because they're kind of inbuilt into the design review process for more than 3 dwellings. If you'll see the matters of discretion assessment criteria, they talk about things like privacy, and that enables you to kind of consider it within the context. I think a lot of the recommendations around a lot more standards would make things very, very difficult and very kind of bespoke on every single site. And you've got to take into account where the house next door is precisely defined, and that actually completely affects your built form outcome. I don't think that's practical or desirable when the aspiration is to be more enabling of intensification and to realise those benefits. So there's still a place for consideration of those elements, but it's within that wider design review process. That last point, this came out of the joint witness statement, providing for that exception to eaves to enable better design flexibility to a number of the standards. I'm supportive of that change. It's been increased to 600 mils from my original 300 mils in my evidence, and that was to align with some of the existing exceptions within the plan to make sure that there's no kind of inconsistencies with ways that these are addressed within the plan. The high accessibility overlay. So again, I think from my perspective, I think it's critically important that more intensive residential development isn't just shoehorned into centre environments. I actually think that it's really important to provide that opportunity to have higher scale intensification in kind of a more residential environment. It has a very different characteristic in terms of landform and existing vegetation, those types of things. So I think in terms of that idea of kind of choice and on-site amenity, I think it's really important to provide that opportunity. The application of it, there was some brief discussion. So that was partly informed by looking at parcel data within that area in terms of typical site sizes and site widths. There will be a degree of amalgamation required. There's around 60 to 70 sites that would meet that criteria as of today. But obviously it will require amalgamation to facilitate. And those thresholds have been set at kind of a level where it doesn't require you to go out and buy 3 or 4 blocks, which might be quite challenging, but generally speaking, if you can buy the house next door, that gives you that opportunity to utilise it. So it's kind of that balance in terms of not completely precluding it, but not making it apply as a right to every site. So there's no probably hard and fast rule around those thresholds, but that's what made the most sense in terms of the cadastral pattern in Nelson. Moving on to the suburban commercial zone. So obviously that covers both secondary centres and your kind of smaller neighbourhood centres. So there's quite a diversity in terms of sizes and locations for that zone. Key to that is kind of being more enabling with residential activities, and there's 2 main standards to that. One was unit size and the other was outlook. Obviously there's a bit of a question mark on unit size now. There is a proposed to graduate the building heights in those suburban centres to respond to the context. So because they apply to kind of smaller centres and larger ones, there was a need to provide for a kind of a bespoke approach to height. So we've got the higher heights proposed in areas in your kind of key centres or in areas where a lot of intensification is envisaged, and then that's moving down to lower heights. There is also some provision for small scale additions and alterations And that's reflective of some of the discussion for the inner city zone and the joint witness statement around that with Mr. Lyle's submissions. Moving on to the inner city zone, obviously development up to 24 metres. That is the most intensive development, 6 to 7 stories, depending on your floor-to-floor heights. New buildings require resource consent. This provides opportunity for the design review. Now, this is a kind of a trade-off in terms of enabling that increased scale of activity and still providing some degree of control. I know it's pretty permissive currently, but obviously buildings are a lot smaller in scale. So it's really that trade-off that, it's a pretty common approach around the country, and for the most part, I think works pretty well. One of the key issues in the city centre with the existing shading controls, and I did some quick analysis on it, and maintaining those shading controls to the squares and some of the streets would effectively neuter intensification, in my opinion, in the city centre. I don't think they can kind of go hand in hand, and a lot of it, especially for the squares, was protecting sunlight for car parking, which I don't see huge amounts of benefit, and you can still retain some good areas of sunlight in those squares and the southern portions of those squares, even if development is fully built up to the side. So that was kind of one of the key probably changes in terms of the intensity of activity that would be enabled within the inner city zone. And I think that is all I had for you today.
A few questions from me. I guess starting off, you touched on essentially the somewhat relative nature of accessibility, and I guess key to understanding that is what scope have you taken for that relativity assessment? Obviously noting, Nelson's urban area functions as larger than just what is covered in this plan change or within the bounds of Nelson City Council. And how broadly have you looked in terms of evaluating that relative accessibility?
In terms of the work I've done, I've really extended, it was extended to cover everything that was happening in Richmond as well. In my mind, they're effectively Tasman, but I think Richmond's a suburb of Nelson, essentially, the way I look at it when I'm driving around the street. And obviously we've got elements of
Driving around the streets, not walking around the streets. Joke.
Just in the less accessible areas. So obviously, places like Richmond, key for employment. There are other services, supermarkets, all that's been factored in. To the extent of it, to inform it. It doesn't have a huge influence in terms of the accessibility results, primarily because of Saxton Field and some of the industrial areas actually create quite a barrier going between them, and there's quite a bit of actual physical separation. So yes, they're accessible by car. You can go into a bus or drive, but they don't have a huge bearing on the analysis. But that's the kind of
I guess just to expand essentially my thinking in relation to this is where we've got areas where essentially the recommendation has been the reduction or the shift from medium density residential to the general residential zone, places like Lower Brook, some parts of the flats in Washington Valley, and essentially if we're taking as somewhat we have so far that the logic that the residential demand is relatively inflexible compared to what changes we make through the zoning processes, the relative maybe I'll ask another question first, and that'll actually better flow through into this, which is just, are you confident that in terms of those changes to the extent of zoning for medium and with the high accessibility overlay, that we're still providing enough capacity for the demand for those typographies?
I would say yes. There was an element in terms of where I guess, particularly the medium density, where some of it's been pulled back, which was partially influenced by trying to take into account issues around slope, issues where there is simply no footpaths available to actually for people to use. So questionable whether they were truly accessible in that sense. But it's partly reflective of, I mean, if I just look back, just in terms of of Nelson's urban structure, its topography, the key opportunity really is city centre as you move down Waimea Road. You've got the flatter land, easier to develop. You've got all your kind of schools, your bus routes, everything is kind of heading naturally that way. There's a logic in terms of that Nelson South, and then you've got that concentration in and around Stoke. You've got a nice flat area as well, and the areas we've proposed are still quite broad in terms of their physical extent. I've been involved in processes in Rotorua recently where, again, we were, they took on board the MDRS, so they've got medium density everywhere. But in terms of how we were looking at it, what we've proposed in Nelson is still quite expensive. It's not strictly defined to, you've got to be within 800 metres of a centre. We've taken a broader view, and there's definitely been pushing and pulling. So I think it's struck a pretty good balance in terms of what we provided in terms of its physical extent, but also that range of locational choice across Nelson.
Just want a clarification, if that's okay. You mentioned in your presentation and submission about the change from high density to medium density residential. In Stoke, delete the high density residential, and also in Tahuna. Sorry, can you just clarify for me, because on the map, with the colour coding for like commercial and stuff like that, I don't quite see how that has provided the opportunity for increasing commercial residential for you talked about Nayland Road by the school and stuff. So I'm just trying to, on the map to see how you've aligned that. And on Tahuna as well.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that the map? Is that map within the presentation, or the map attached to my evidence?
I was looking at both, so, yeah.
So, would you be able to repeat the question just so I'm absolutely clear in terms of?
Just on the maps, and we've talked about changing and reducing the high density residential down and changing it to the medium density, and then you mentioned about commercial and mixed residential, and then you highlighted that Stoke, it was more in the Nayland, not in the shopping sort of commercial area that's already there. So I'm just trying to identify how that looks on the map now, because it doesn't show commercial opportunity or mix in the map. And also for Tahuna, you talked about that it had moved in the overlay. I'm just trying to match up what you've said to what it looks like.
I think partly what I was saying was I was probably talking in generalities about the areas rather than necessarily the specific application there. In terms of, if I just go to the example of Stoke, on the maps attached to my evidence at the back there, it just kind of shows largely retaining of that high accessibility overlay to kind of the northeast of the commercial centre to provide that opportunity for more intensive uses. Doesn't propose any extensions or changes to any commercial zones to enable intensification through those mechanisms. Is that along the lines of what you're?
Yeah, because you're just sort of clarifying it, because you mentioned that if you're going to have the medium density or the higher density, that you would then accessibility you would have access to, and then if they're staying as they are or haven't changed, or the potential for them to change isn't indicated, I just sort of think, they're saying it, but actually what does it look like, and has that, is it just as a generalization, a possibility, or is it something that you did want to be factored in?
I think it's factored in already to the proposals. Essentially, it's very difficult to understand what changes, but part of the package of provisions and things like the overlay is to try and, I guess, ensure that should things change on the ground, there's an ability for people to respond to those opportunities and not fully foreclose them. So the example would be if you didn't even have any high density activity and you got rid of the high accessibility overlay, you've only got the ability to ever do 3 stories, and demand might be such that someone wants to put a 6-story apartment building in there. So that was kind of the intention with retaining that ability through the high accessibility overlay. So should that happen, they can respond to it. Kind of more broadly, again, the extent of the zones is such that it's fairly large and providing that opportunity. So if things kind of move and evolve, you've already got that opportunity there. In saying that, I don't think things from an accessibility perspective will not change to a huge degree, because you've got things like schools. MOE is not going to be building a new school in Stoke after buying 3 hectares of land. It's just not something that's going to happen. The schools are always going to be there. They're always going to be a key kind of destination and magnet. So in that sense, I don't think there's huge scope for things to change too much. It'll really be if the example I would use is if Nelson City Council decided that Hera was going to become a new residential and commercial centre, and all of a sudden that road up past Atify probably takes on more significant importance, and you might have to reconsider that as part of a future plan change. But fundamentally, what I've tried to do is build in a bit of flexibility and anticipate a bit of future change in the provisions and zoning pattern.
So just a couple from me, and some of these might spill over to planning question. What was the process that you went through or with the planners in terms of deciding to, the planners recommending removing the high density residential zone and replacing it with this overlay? Was it sort of based on the broad suite of submissions which were saying we oppose the high density residential provisions, and then you were asked, say, if we were going to remove it, what is an appropriate alternative? How did it actually play out?
I think that's probably a fair representation of what happened. I think I said I think it's important that there is the opportunity for high density residential to occur outside of centres. So my opinion is we need to have that ability to do it. I was asked what are the alternatives that we could consider and what would that look like, and could you come up with some thresholds for how this alternative method? I think we had that. We had some submissions recommending the approach that was adopted in Christchurch for how that might work, and so I was asked to basically go, well, what would that look like in the Nelson context?
Ms. Morgan, I might just to respond. I think you covered it off in your reports, but we've got a lot of material in front of us, so just to compare.
Yes. So, just to add to that, a lot of the submissions raised queries about the accessibility analysis that underpin the notified zoning. So that was really the basis for instructing Mr. Wallace to go to the next level of detail, and that next level of detail analysis has been a key determinant in some of the MDR medium density and high density zoning changes.
Thank you. And I suppose I wasn't actually questioning the methodology. I'm just checking in that there was clearly scope, and this is all within the bounds of submissions, which I assumed it was. I was just looking again at Mr. Heel's evidence, and I'll talk to him obviously, but he talks about, and it sort of comes through in your evidence about downzoning areas that were already medium density. Is that right? So have some more intensive areas been effectively downzoned?
No, I think he's referring to downzone from the notified.
Right, that's that. Thank you. It's just to clarify. Thank you for that. And just the final question I've got, coming to the inner city and the removal, your recommendation and the planner's recommendation, I think it's come through on the removal of the shading controls in the inner city. If they were to remain, because evidence in the panels thought that they were good, what does that do in terms of a development? What does a development look like? Is it simply a matter that I'd have to then go for a higher order consent to ask not to have it, or what would it do for a design kind of element?
So when I was looking at this, basically a lot of what you see now in Nelson City Centre is pretty close to the limit of what you can do under those controls. So, speculating, I would say it would not make redevelopment particularly attractive for a lot of sites. You're not, in my experience, you don't knock down a 3-story building to put a new 3-story building back in. You just got to be some kind of benefit to doing that. So the general effect, I think, would be you wouldn't see a lot of change in the kind of core inner city. And then I believe the existing activity status is non-complying for, potentially it was non-complying for infringement of the shading. I can't recall off the top of my head, but
that's fine. I think we'll sort of raise this element with the planners. I was really thinking from a sort of an urban design perspective, and with, if it was retained, is it your view that the urban design, I'll call it the framework, or that's been proposed, would be thwarted, or would it just end up in a different form, or would it likely, do you think, would end up in parties seeking higher order resource consent applications to dispense with it?
I think probably the most likely outcome is you would push more of the intensity towards Vanguard Street end, the city fringe, where those don't apply. So where you've got the kind of the Haven apartments going in now, as a general ease of development and attractiveness, I think you see that as kind of the first cab off the rank. And some people might go for higher order consents, but when things, my experience is when things come to issues like shading and non-complying activities, that is a pretty scary proposition to kind of advance and pretty uncertain. So you usually try to avoid that, would be my general guess.
Thank you for that. Understood that. Thank you very much. Any other follow-up questions? Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And then we've got the infrastructure team.
Good morning. My name's Reece Palmer and I'm a transport engineer, and I've been joined at the desk by Phil Ruffle, who will be answering the Three Waters questions and presenting on that. So I've worked in one form or other of transport engineering or planning since I left university in about 1996, and specifically worked in Nelson the Nelson Tasman region since the year 2000. And I've probably got more than 10 years experience in the specific transport kind of activity planning in the Nelson area, both for Wakakotahi and Nelson City Council. I'll take my evidence as read, but want to specifically mention a few points. So Council's recently completed and adopted its long-term plan for the next 10 years out to 2034. And that includes funding for infrastructure upgrades to support growth. So there's specific growth projects within that long-term plan. We also have an infrastructure strategy, which then goes out to the kind of year 30, 2054. That includes those projects for that 20-year block. And again, there's projects identified in there to support growth. Those growth projects contained within both the LTP and the infrastructure strategy were heavily informed by the future development strategy and where the land use was likely to change. And I guess that was obviously indicating the need to provide for most of Nelson's growth through intensification, but some is greenfields, but the vast majority is through intensification. We acknowledge that things change, developments come online earlier or later than you think when you are writing a long-term plan, and they're driven by the market forces and private wants. And I guess because of that, we are regularly reviewing those plans. We redo the long-term plan every 3 years. We often do an annual plan to massage our 3-year window. So I guess just sort of want to give the commissioners the assurance that those plans aren't locked in stone. They are evolving as market forces bring forward or slow down development. Now I'm going to turn more sort of specifically to transport. In my written evidence, I summarise some of the capacity challenges we have on our 2 key arterial routes in and out of the city, the Waimea Road Corridor and the Rocks Road Corridor. And some work done based on the 2019 FDS and a model built then for a project showed that we would have travel times doubling by about 2048 on those two routes. So we certainly have, some challenges there. To address the findings of that modelling and that work done by the Nelson Future Strategy, Future Access Project, effectively the plan to cater for that additional demand, additional transport demand, is to seek to shift from, the single occupancy vehicle to thinking about moving people and freight rather than moving the vehicle. And what we found in doing that study between the Bishopdale Hill and the centre of town here, 60% of the journeys in that kind of area were 5 kilometres or less. So that led the team doing the Nelson Future Access project to, I guess, really understand that converting a lot of those trips to walking and cycling was feasible. And then combined with that, we have a quite linear, I guess, land use between Nelson and Richmond, which really lends itself nicely to public transport. And so when that was done, it was also recommending far greater headways on our buses, greater frequencies. And relatively recently, we have expanded the Nelson bus service, and that's doubled in growth since that was rolled out a little over a year ago. So I guess effectively the strategy is to cater for that growth by making walking, cycling, giving someone a lift in your car or catching the bus an easier option than what it has been. And I guess that direction also has a strong focus on, enabling more dense living, especially in that kind of Stoke centre and close to town and along that public transport spine that we have along Waimea Road, which is, obviously part of Plan Change 29. I think that's probably the key points that I wanted to cover. Now, I don't know whether you want to deal with transport questions now and then talk to water, or whether you want to have...
Yes, good morning. I'm Philip Ruffle. I'm the manager of the Council's Utilities Activity Management team. I've worked for Council very close to 30 years, and for the last 15 of those years, I've concentrated in the water utility asset management space. Just briefly, I'll take my evidence as read, and just very briefly, our core water supply, our potable water supply, is in pretty good nick. I'm quite confident that that core function there will easily cope with the type of intensification and growth that we're seeing in Plan Change 29. There are aspects that will need some tweaking, summertime droughts and things like that, but I think we accept that in the normal course of events. We'll just deal with it. The wastewater activity, by and large, is in the same sort of position. The core services are in quite reasonable nick. There are some challenging areas around inflow and infiltration, stormwater into that. We do get a few wet weather overflow events from time to time. Being a gravity system, it will be slightly more challenging for us, but I'm still confident that that activity will be fine for the level of growth and intensification in Plan Change 29. The stormwater system in Nelson is not as well developed as the water and the wastewater, and we're heavily reliant on detention dam systems and on-site detention. But with those opportunities, I still think we'll be fine for the level of intensification and growth in Plan Change 29. In terms of dealing with things that happen, we're better if we can have a lot of our growth and intensification as evenly spread across the city as possible. If we find pockets of concentration in one particular street or something like that, it is more of a challenge for us. But growth happens all the time anyway. It's something that we're used to. It's something that I think we're good at, and I'm not concerned by what's coming out of Plan Change 29. Thank you for that. I'll go back to the others for questions, but my read of both your evidence is that there is nothing insurmountable from an infrastructure point of view, and particularly overlay that with comments from some of the planners that while Plan Change 29 enables intensification, it's not all going to happen overnight. It will happen progressively, and in some times they say will happen quite slowly. So in that context, does that sort of go towards your opinions that, broadly speaking, there is nothing fundamental that we need to worry about now from an infrastructure perspective?
From the water utilities perspective, then yes, I agree with what you said.
Yes, from the transport perspective, yes, and I guess the alternative of not intensifying from a transport perspective is significantly, more impact and more demand on the transport system.
You ask and I'll ask.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because you mentioned the long-term plan that's just been signed off, and the ministers have just talked about the money that's available to different regions and things like that. And you talk about the transport links and stuff, and some of the overlays and things that we've looked at have quite significant vulnerability depending on natural hazards and landslips and things that was experienced in the Nelson, Tasman, Marlborough region with the storm event back in August of 2022. And you said that there's nothing surmountable that would come over it. Is the work plan, if a developer, say the Plan Change 29 went through and an intensification area was picked up by a particular developer and that was hit, would that, if it wasn't one of the priority links that you've identified through this process, would you then have to reevaluate the whole transport plan that you've done through the Nelson City Council long-term plan to ensure that it was viable and workable, and that the developers or the area for intensification was still relevant?
In the transport space, normally when we have an emergency event that affects the transport network, council has the ability to seek emergency works funding to effectively put the asset back like for like through Waka Kotahi, and there's often enhanced funding to do that. So from an emergency point of view, that's likely, that's the funding mechanism. In my experience on this network, most of the damage in the most recent storms that we've had in 2011, 2018, and more recently in August 22, is that the greatest damage occurs in the rural space, where we have high cuts and big fills and things like that, more on the state highway network than the localised damage on the transport network in town, where we are considering the intensification.
And the phrasing in your report says encourage people to shift to alternative modes, but that's for those that are able and willing. It's not a mandate that all.
Absolutely not. It's about making those modes, attractive and easy to shift if you chose to. So I guess, the modelling is showing that we'll have significant increase in travel time. What we find is the peak at the moment might be an hour and a half long. That peak gets longer and longer and longer, and we've seen this over the years. And then it gets to a point where people are sick of leaving early to get to their job, so they choose a different mode that might get them there more reliably. And we have seen those peaks come and go. At the moment, we're actually on a downward trend the last 3 years of our arterial volumes. So yeah, it's about making it easy to take one of those modes, not mandating it.
Yeah, thank you. And then on the stormwater water supply, Mr. Ruffle, there was significant land slippages and everything like that around our region, Tahuna became quite a interesting discussion, especially with the geotech and with the water, and an infrastructure plan was developed in a particular part of the Tahuna Hills to help address that. Does that get taken into account with the areas of where that water would reside, or the holding tanks and everything else that relates to the Tahuna Hills and the Tahuna Flat area? And if a developer or intensification area or a medium density area, or does that impact on when that work gets done, or is that sort of set in the Nelson's long-term plan?
Thank you, Commissioner Brand. The Tahunanui hillside is a complex area, unquestionably, and we've had quite a long work program, particularly to deal with the stormwater issues up through there. Getting the water off the hillside is our focus at the moment. One of the nice things about that part of the area is that it's very close to the sea. So we don't need so much in the way of holding tanks or pumping systems through there. We just need to be able to get it out of the ground, off the houses and out to sea without it starting to saturate and destabilise the land. If we had an intensification proposal that truly wanted to actually work into an area of natural hazards, then we would be talking very closely to a developer about the timing of what they want to do, whether they were going to be able to fit in with our plans, or whether we'd need to come back through an LTP process to maybe bring money forward or change our systems a wee bit. But by and large, in those sorts of areas, we get good warning. Someone will advise us well in advance of them wanting to do that. Our biggest challenges will, in terms of rapid intensification, will come when someone wants to take 2 or 3 houses out and put in a block of flats or a block of apartments. But even that takes some time. So I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to address any of those issues in a timely fashion through the LTP process.
Okay. And then out of Edify, we had a submission around the Little Todd Valley, and it's now identified as being a part of the flood overlay. But there are works getting done in that area around that particular point. Does that change or alter any designation of what would be considered under the Plan Change 29?
Now, Mr. Chairperson, that might sort of feel a wee bit more like a planning issue through there. But
okay, we'll park that. Yeah, and the last question is the pipes and the stuff out at Edify North Nelson have been there for quite some time, and with other development and intensification and the rising main and everything else out that way that needs to be upgraded and looked at, would any intensification or development in those particular areas that would increase residential numbers or useful houses put extra strain on the infrastructure that's in that side of Nelson region?
Mr. Chairman, that is a good question. Inevitably, any additional flow that comes into our network needs to be accommodated. It would add a small amount of additional flow into that rising main. I think that the issues and concerns we have with our Arawai rising main just won't be adversely impacted to a degree that we could sensibly measure through any of these plan change intensifications or growth areas. We do have a very significant program of work to completely renew that Arawai rising main in the next 5 to 10 years. And I just don't see anything happening in Plan Change 29 that would either bring that forward or make it unviable.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just one query around the removal of the services overlay as is proposed through the plan change, and there are submissions on that matter. And the implications of that, as I understand, in terms of developments that either have existing subdivision or maybe existing resource consents to deliver a subdivision. How do you, firstly, I suppose, what what process do you have in terms of involvement in informing subdivision applications and approvals and associated consents? And then how do you see the removal of the services overlay impacting on those sites that already have approved subdivision or resource consents?
Thank you again for the question. In terms of the processes that we have in place at the moment, we do have quite a strong development team. So we have two dedicated staff members that look at all new developments. When someone's proposing a subdivision, that's good for us. There's a resource consent application, and it's dealt with under the resource management plan rules, and we get time. Those sorts of subdivisions attract toing and froing between engineers, planners, and ourselves, and we deal with it on a daily basis. It just happens on a daily basis. There's no issue for that at all. And if there's a services issue, then it just gets addressed at that point. Either the developer does some work to look more closely at the capacity of our networks, or we aid them 9 times out of 10 through our hydraulic models to do that. And we resolve that through the subdivisions process. So I'm not concerned about those at all. It is an interesting issue about existing developments that are currently being constructed. There's no good mechanism for those current developments to really easily take over any part of our spare capacity in our networks. A lot of the subdivisions we're talking about out in the Atawai area, where they're quite large, they're staged over many years, and they'll be subject to individual consents for each stage. So there's no one consent that comes to us and says, we're going to be developing over the next 10 or 20 years, and we'd like to take control over 10% of your services capacity. So each one of those will have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And once again, that gives us plenty of time to upgrade our services. It gives us the opportunity to see whether there are better ways of doing things, whether we can do joint ventures with some developers, which we do, unquestionably. So I think that the new developments are of no particular problem for us, because we have a system that's established and we do work with the developers to achieve solutions. The existing developments, they will be faced with having to ensure that their capacity demands can be met by our network, which really isn't that much different from what we currently have.
Thank you. And so when you say existing, do you mean existing plan but not approved?
Yes. There'll be an underlying subdivision that will be consented to, which will envisage staged development over many years. So each individual stage will come in for its own engineering approvals and its own construction approvals.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your evidence. I think Mr. Stiles. And Mr. Stiles, I just skimmed your statement, and all the questions I was going to ask, you answered.
Oh, very well. That's good. Sure. So if you've read my summary statement you're talking about, yes. I'll just briefly go through it if that's all right with you. So there were 3 non-expert briefs of evidence relating to the state highway acoustic treatment provisions. I've just addressed some of the technical points that have come out of those. The first one is around the benefactor of the control. Mr. Woody states that the benefits of any acoustic controls largely accrue to NZTA.
Just for the benefit of everyone in the room, is talking about the state highway noise control. So if you're building within a certain distance of the state highway, you're to acoustically insulate your house.
That's right.
So Mr. Woody, I assume that he is referring to the benefits of mitigating potential reverse sensitivity effects on the agency, and I don't agree with that. I think I said this to you last week. I spent many years of my career working to change the narrative around plan controls of this nature. In the past, they've been described as reverse sensitivity controls. In my view, the primary reason for the controls is to reduce the potential adverse health effects arising from chronic exposure to high land transport noise. My evidence in chief describes the sorts of effects I consider are important and that can be reduced and potentially avoided. If those effects are addressed adequately, the potential reverse sensitivity effects on the transport agency will also be mitigated. So the upshot is that I think the benefits of these state highway acoustic controls accrue largely to the community, but I acknowledge, of course, that the costs also fall on the community. Mr. Woody, Mr. Saxton and Mr. I only heard during the break that there's two Mr. Fitchets, so I agree to clarify.
That's okay. We can work our way through that.
Steve Fitchett raised the point that there are local roads in Nelson that carry as much or more traffic than State Highway 6 and therefore have the potential to generate noise levels that are high enough to warrant a response. As you said, Mr. Chair, the controls in Plan Change 29 only apply to land besides State Highway 6. I agree that this is the case. There are some busy local roads. I set out my views on this from paragraph 10.37 of my evidence in chief. Essentially, I agree that the effects generated by traffic on local roads could justify controls like those applying to land around State Highway 6, but I understand that there is no scope in Plan Change 29 to address it. Reduction of the noise at source. Mr. Woody and Mr. Fitchett consider that the focus should be on the reduction of noise at the source, so that's in the road corridor, using measures available to the Road Controlling Authority. I agree. Although it's my experience that these measures are generally slow to be rolled out, they typically don't, they're not rolled out if there's no capital works project to add a lane or build a bridge or do something else. And even if they are rolled out as part of a wider project, they will often only have a very limited effect in areas that are already developed. The net result is that even if a range of measures are adopted by the Road Controlling Authority, the noise effects are likely to reduce only by small amounts, and the noise effects, will still be likely to extend well beyond the road corridor, meaning that these controls are still necessary. And I just set out there pretty quickly, for example, low noise road surfaces will only reduce road noise by maybe 3 decibels. It depends on quite a few factors. In a high speed zone, maybe only 1 to 2 decibels in a low speed zone. That's not much when we're talking about a range of 55 to 70 decibels. My experience is that low noise road surfaces are expensive, often require more maintenance, and often have a shorter life than the cheaper surfaces commonly used. Speed reductions will also reduce noise, but the benefits of small speed reductions, which are the ones we see most commonly, are generally small. Enforcing noise regulations on particularly noisy vehicles can also reduce overall noise levels, but reducing the noise of the low number of those high noise vehicles is unlikely to make much of a difference to the chronic exposure that generates the effects I'm concerned about. But notwithstanding any of that, I absolutely support the proposition that there should be a clear focus for reducing traffic noise within the road corridor. But as I mentioned, I don't think there's scope in this process. Just on to screening. As paragraph 7.11, Mr. Woody states, essentially, I'll boil it down, there's an opportunity in this rule set to either become exempt from having to do any acoustic treatment or to reduce the amount you have to do if you can demonstrate that the windows of your habitable space are screened from the road. The rule, as it is now, talks about an existing solid and continuous building, fence or wall that blocks line of sight. I agree with Mr. Woody that the word existing is problematic. It's probably not the best choice. Something like permanent might be a better option. There's probably several words. The objective of whatever word is used is to ensure that the screening can be relied on to reduce noise on an ongoing basis. Calibration of noise models. As paragraph 7.14, Mr. Woody states that he understands that the noise model used by NZTA to calculate the extent of the overlay has not been calibrated by actual measurements of road traffic noise. I think I'll cut this one pretty short. I've been involved in developing these sorts of provisions all over the country. We've gone into a lot of detail with NZTA on this modelling. It's part of a national road noise mapping project. Long story short, Mr. Woody's essentially right that there isn't information available in this process that demonstrates that, but I consider it's calibrated sufficiently accurately. Section 3, Port Nelson. I attended the expert conferencing session on noise controls. Ms. Jenkin attended on behalf of Port Nelson as an expert planner. No acoustic experts attended. I understand that Port Nelson does not request any technical amendments to the acoustic standards. Now, this summary is taken straight from my evidence in chief. I'm happy to take it as read. Okay. That's right. Absolutely.
Thanks, Mr. Stiles. Just a couple of questions. Could you just reconfirm your position on the 100 metre setback versus the model contour, and what would be the best approach?
So, in my evidence in chief, I set out why I support the modelled contour. It's likely to be far more efficient in many cases, and it will not include land that is not affected by state highway noise to the extent that we need to be concerned about it. That's it in a nutshell. All the detailed reasons set out in evidence in chief. Yeah.
Thank you. I've read that. And in terms of the small allowance for an addition to a property in proximity to these noise generating roads, for example, there's some expression by submitters that that's a little bit mean in its extent. I mean, what's your technical view on the extent to which perhaps an addition to a dwelling could occur without instigating more complex responses to noise penetration?
So ultimately, I think this is a planning issue, and in my evidence in chief, I leave it to the planners to decide. But fundamentally, from my perspective, you've read about the effects I'm concerned with. That's the effects of on the health of people that are living there. So I say, look, it would be great if every single room was treated, every habitable room, including retrospectively. Clearly, I understand that can't happen. So I think from my perspective, probably the smaller that threshold is, or that trigger is, the better. So it would capture as many additions and alterations as possible.
So in a scenario where someone wanted to put a 25 square metre extension to their dwelling within an area impacted by these noise contours, is the addition and the utility of that dwelling and the impact of noise significantly changed to the occupants of that dwelling just because that dwelling has grown a little bit?
As I understand it, these provisions would apply to only the addition and alteration, so it doesn't trigger acoustic treatment to the rest of the house. So if that addition was, say, a new bedroom, then the occupants of that bedroom should benefit quite a lot. The occupants of other bedrooms in the house won't benefit from it at all. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thanks, partly. And so if it was just limited to the addition in terms of the acoustic treatments, then that would significantly reduce the cost of those additional treatments, wouldn't it, compared to building them into a whole house? Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's right.
And would you anticipate that the location of the addition in relation to the noise generating activity would also be an aspect that could be taken into account in terms of what acoustic treatments would be appropriate? For example, if the extension was on the back of the property and the road's on the opposite side, couldn't that be taken into account in terms of determining what needs to be spent on the addition?
That's right. And it may mean through that, I don't want to call it an exemption process, but it essentially is in the rule, a get out clause. You might not need to do anything. But if you did, then it could be less because it's facing away from the road or only has one facade exposed to the road. Through all of the other processes in the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 years with NZTA primarily, we've talked about different options for these rules, whether it be like the D2M, NT plus CTR, the other really complicated stuff, or this type of rule where it specifies an internal standard. I've ended up agreeing with them that this type of rule can encourage better design of these additions and alterations in new houses to make sure, or if there are, to adopt opportunities to better screen them in the first instance rather than just relying on heavy glass and heavy facades.
Thank you.
Just before I go, I think, again, we'll pick these up, Mr. Gopinath, because I think recommended changes are to remove those words. So that's substantial alteration, I think, and limit any provision to 10 square metres or more. We'll pick that up. So I think you've attempted to go some way to addressing the concern of submitters.
Correct, and it's 10 square meters or more of habitable spaces as opposed to the building as a whole.
So we'll pick some of these up when we come to question you. Mr. Stiles is quite clear from a technical point of view. Question?
Yeah, just one question from me around your recommendation in relation to acoustic insulation requirements in the inner city zones. I guess slightly outside your direct scope of expertise, but obviously you've spent a lot of time in this space. Is within that recommendation to extend acoustic insulation to all of the habitable rooms in a development. Do you anticipate or have you seen any impacts on sort of the feasibility of development with rules like that in place? In terms of the city centre zone and the commercial zone, no. There's often some pushback in relation to those sorts of controls in other zones, lower density, less commercial activity, but most often in these more intense zones, the market seeks it anyway. And so quite often the feedback is, we have clients that say, that's fine, but we also want to do better. And they'll provide even more acoustic treatment.
I don't have any other questions. I think thank you very much for your evidence. It's going to be useful for Mr. Whitty and Sexton and Mr. Fitchell when we talk to them, because Mr. Whitty in particular has raised quite a number of issues, a lot of them which are technical but clearly run into the sort of legal and planning space around the appropriateness of the Section 32 and other things. So that was very useful to that. And interesting on the port, reading the joint witness statement, it sounds like everyone went hallelujah. We don't want to change what are currently seem to be quite bespoke and quite complicated provisions. So we don't have to. That's good.
It was words to that effect. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stiles. Thank you for your evidence. Thank you, everybody. That was it till lunch break. It's 20 past. We're sort of 5 minutes over, but I'm going to suggest we take 55 minutes for lunch, and then because we're running on time pretty much to make sure we can get through the day. So if everyone's happy with the 55 minutes for lunch, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Is it 1 o'clock? Yeah. 1:15. Sorry, 1:15. And we'll start with Ms. you on, and just looking at the list of Ms. Barker. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Coralie Barker tōku ingoa. My name is Coralie Barker. I'm a Senior Planning Advisor for the Nelson City Council. I have a summary statement that's been published. I'll read through it with some shortenings where I can. So I have addressed the amendments proposed to the residential provisions of the residential zone and the submissions seeking recognition of specific activities in the residential zone, including the Manuka Street Hospital. My experience and qualifications and everything are all in my 42A report, but I have been processing consents at council for 6.5 years. So I think the key matters of contention that I'm going to focus on today are the objectives and policies that support the framework for the residential zone changes, the high accessibility overlay and the associated rule framework and built form standards to enable high density development, and the introduction of a schedule for Manuka Street Hospital to allow that to integrate into the medium density residential zone. I've got a couple of attachments with, and I attended quite a bit of the expert conferencing as well. So looking at the residential zones and their policy framework, the policy context is the MPSUD Objective 3, and it is a big change for Nelson because we're a Tier 2 city. We've not got a lot of medium and high density development, and that's in part because the operative NRMP doesn't enable high density development or even medium density. So Ms. Morgan and Mr. Wallace have discussed the zoning strategy and the zoning changes. So I'm not going to repeat that. I agree with their recommendations. Mr. Wallace provided the overview of the residential zones to be introduced. He's identified the features and the accessibility and the heights and densities proposed for those zones. These, in my opinion, reflect the planned built character for the residential zone. And I think this zone framework is the most effective method for giving effect to Objective 3 and Policies 1, 5 and 6. I note in response to one of the questions from Councillor Brand earlier, the medium density residential zone does enable some small scale commercial activities as well, such as dairies. So looking at where high density development should be enabled, Mr. Wallace outlined that we have to look at what is commensurate with the accessibility and demand in the location, and then the relative heights enabled in all the zones to look at what is feasible in terms of development. With the proposal to have 2- and 3-story development enabled throughout the residential zone, most of the residential zone areas, I consider it is effective and efficient to enable high density buildings greater than 3 stories in the areas with the highest accessibility to the greatest range of commercial activities and community services. Going back to Objectives 3 and 1 of the MPSUD. So the high accessibility overlay is recommended, and the associated rule RER 18V for high density development on large sites. It came about through the further accessibility analysis that Mr. Wallace has gone through already. The recommended overlay is supported by recommended changes to policies RE 1.8 and 2 additional policies, RE 2.11 and RE 2.12. And those came through from submissions. So if we turn to medium density housing and where that should be enabled, Ms. Morgan and Mr. Wallace have covered how the more detailed accessibility analysis has informed the changes to that, or the recommended changes to the extent of the medium density residential zone. Mr. Heel, planning expert, has challenged the extent of the medium density residential zone as it relates to Edify in particular. And Mr. Wallace has responded in his rebuttal evidence outlining the matters that were taken into consideration and going into a bit more detail about Edify in particular. I agree that with the framework that we have currently, it is most appropriate to include Edify in the general residential zone. That analysis did lead me to some recommended changes to the policies that describe the medium density zone and the high accessibility overlay, so policies RE 1.6, 1.7 and 1.8, to more clearly reflect the relationship between the accessibility of the zone and the plan built character of the zone. It wasn't as clear as it could have been, so I've refined that wording. And I think the revised wording does better give effect to policy 5. Summarising the changes to the residential zone objectives and policies, we've got operative objective RE1, which looks for a diversity of residential styles. And in response to the differing characteristics of the area, the differing community needs, we've added demographic into that mix and made the policy so that it talks about providing for a diversity. We've supported that with, well, I have supported that with amendments to the operative policies RE 1.1 and 1.2 relating to flexibility and choice. I've recommended amendments to the operative policies RE 1.2A to 1.8 describing the recommended zones and areas and their relative levels of accessibility and the associated plan built character. We've got operative objective RE2, which very simply says that the residential zone is residential in character. So we've supported that with amendments to policies RE 2.3 to 2.5, which apply and provide direction for the built form standards to acknowledge that the planned built character of the zone is relevant when you're assessing resource consents to reflect the guidance from the NPSUD policy 6. I've recommended additions to policies RE 2.9 to 2.12. These are intended to guide the development of higher density or medium density development and to provide more guidance around the well-functioning urban environment. And all of those changes are evaluated in my 42A report. Turning to the high accessibility overlay rule and its associated built form standards. So Ms. Morgan and I recommend deleting the high density residential zone and generally replacing it with the medium density residential zone and a high accessibility overlay in the areas with the highest accessibility. Within the proposed high accessibility overlay, the underlying medium density residential zone policy framework and provisions apply. But we've got additional policies RE 1.8 and RE 2.11 and the additional rule RER 18V, which provides for greater development potential on sites that are within the overlay. They are at least 1,000 metres squared and they have the minimum site frontage of 24 metres. So where a site can meet those 3 conditions, then higher density development can be assessed as a restricted discretionary non-notified activity, provided the buildings comply with the associated built form standards, which are also set out in the rule. Where those standards are breached, development would be a restricted discretionary activity. Sorry, there's an error in my summary statement. And the difference between complying with the standards or not is you lose your notification preclusions if you don't comply with those built form standards, meaning that notification is on the table and possible for that resource consent. I've got a comparison table that compares all the standards. It's quite useful to see them against each other. So Mr. Wallace has outlined in his presentation that the recommended built form standards for high density developments on large sites in the overlay. I think it is really important to note that these standards are restricted discretionary standards. This is not a permitted framework. We're looking at site-specific resource consent assessment for high-density development to more appropriately give effect to Policy 5 and the objectives from the NRMP, District-wide Objective 13A.4 and RE1. In addition to the change in consent pathway, the new Rule 18V for the high accessibility overlay includes bigger side yard setbacks, so going from 1 metre to 3 metres, and more restrictive daylight controls, so an 8 metre and 60-degree daylight control than what was notified for the high density residential zone. And that's to internalise the potential adverse effects that many of the submitters talked about at length in their submissions. Those were focused primarily on the high density zone rules. So I think these standards better give effect to the objectives. District-wide objective are 13A.4 and RE1 and 2 than the notified version of the plan change. We did have some expert conferencing agreement in principle for amendments to built form standards in both the high accessibility overlay, the medium density zone and the general residential zone to clarify site coverage in permeable landscaped area so that it applies to the development site at the time of development, and also to exclude building eaves from the yard setbacks and building coverage rules. And I think these changes provide clarity and certainty for plan users, and the outcomes are the same as the notified rules. And the wording hasn't been finalised on those. So if there is if there's disagreement, we can continue conferencing on that wording. Turning to the Manuka Street Hospital, it is an existing non-residential activity located in the residential zone. They did Manuka Street Hospital Limited submitted on Plan Change 29. They requested, amongst other things, a site-specific rule framework for the hospital as it stands and future hospital development. I did have some concerns about the scope of this submission and whether or not you had the scope to grant the relief that they sought. But Ms. Anderson has talked about the tests for scope. And I think that once I've done the analysis of the actual proposed schedule wording and the bulk and location controls that have been put forward by the submitter, I think I'm now comfortable that compared to the built form standards for the site as notified, the schedule specific standards represent a similar or lesser building envelope relative to the external site boundaries, which I think does reduce my concerns about the neighbouring property owners' participation in the process. The proposal is now very similar or less than what was notified, and those standards weren't submitted on. So the expert conferencing did result in agreement to principle to the activities and the standards in the schedule, and I have included a full marked up version of the schedule in my addendum. That includes the changes recommended by Ms. Hewson as well. But if there is disagreement on the drafting, we can work together to fix that.
I think Mr. Lyle agrees, doesn't he? I think there's agreement between the experts on what the wording of that schedule should be. The only question that still comes back is the scope issue, I think, isn't it?
Mr. Lyle hasn't expressly agreed in any written form that I've seen so far about the schedule white. He might have included it.
No, that's true. You're
days.
dead right, because we've given the opportunity for further evidence, and we've said if you couldn't get it on time, you can bring it at the hearing. Maybe I've just interpolated that when I've looked at the JWS. So there seemed to be pretty broad agreement.
Yes, it was agreement in principle, just not the exact wording. Yeah. I've identified 2 corrections as well that I'd like to put in there to align the district-wide method describing the medium density residential zone with the changes that I made in Chapter 7. And the same with the description of the high accessibility overlay. I would like to align those as much as possible. And I'm sorry I didn't pick that up.
Can I just come in here at that point?
Yeah,
I should have raised it with the others. It's really a question for Ms. Anderson. When the council comes to do its reply and its revised set of provisions, I think these corrections, presumably just rather than us kind of keeping it, we've got them clearly in the evidence, rather than keeping a track, they'll come through in the final version, I imagine.
That's my statement covered. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for taking us through in that overview way. It was very helpful. Do you have questions for?
Yeah. I guess the question really sort of hinging around the notion within Policy 5 around commensurate, and just maybe to start off, like how in approaching this plan change and the Section 42A report is, how have you sort of looked at commensurate?
That's thoroughly covered, or it's covered off in Mr. Wallace's evidence in chief and Mr. McIlrath's evidence in chief as well. Commensurate, I really struggle with that word. It's in line with, it doesn't have some very good synonyms, but you're looking for development that is in line with the demand and the level of accessibility. So we did get context from what was provided for in terms of tier 1 cities. They were talking about heights and densities that were commensurate with higher accessibility areas in those tier 1 cities, and that was a good starting point. But yeah, it really is about demand, feasibility, because feasibility is very important, and then the detailed work of the accessibility analysis, or the revised accessibility analysis.
I guess is the basis for my question is, in terms of the creation of the general residential zone, is this policy implication we're saying is that for most of the city, no matter accessibility, no matter other considerations, this is sort of a base level that we are saying is an acceptable form of development. All other factors put to one side except for hazards. And just in reaching that, sort of the evidence has come as subsequent to that of going, all right, and then if we overlay an accessibility lens, we'd want to enable greater density, or have more dwellings in these areas. But in setting that baseline, what are we drawing on for that?
We're drawing on the FDS primarily.
Thank you.
Thank you. This has been covered in evidence, but could you just sort of step through the justification of the 2 RDA statuses for development and the high accessibility overlay, and why not stepping non-compliance with standards up to a discretionary activity?
Good question. The operative plan does use the discretionary and non-complying activity statuses to differentiate different levels of difficulty, if you will, in a resource consent process. But notification is really the key driver on development, whether or not a development is going to have a hard time going through a resource consent process. So keeping the restricted discretionary framework for both activities really focuses the assessment onto the key matters, so that we are really considering what is primarily of importance for those developments. But having the non-notified pathway where you're within that building envelope gives developers a reasonable amount of certainty and incentive to want of a better word. Whereas once notification is in play, either to neighbours or to the public in general, the resource consent process costs a lot more. It takes a lot longer. It is a disincentive. So I think that is a more it's a more upfront approach for assessing these developments than mucking around with the activity status as well.
So is it a case that a development that is not complying with the standards might be okay as long as you obtain information that others may hold in terms of effects, versus might not be okay and might not be able to be mitigated based on identified effects? Is that the kind of feel? You're not, oftentimes when you're saying we're not complying with the standard, or you jump up to discretionary activities because you think, well, the standard, we can anticipate what an effect of not complying with that standard is, and it might not be able to be mitigated. So we need to really have full discretion over a wider scale of effects, as opposed to just focusing on those particular effects and clarifying the information you need to obtain from potentially affected persons. Is that the key difference?
Yeah, that is very well put. Yes.
No, that's right. It's we did a lot of hearings in Auckland with has a similar structure, and there's two schools of thought at every hearing. One is complying with standards is absolutely sweet as, and not complying with standards is still okay, versus not complying with standards is treated like a discretionary activity in people's minds. So it's just understanding those reasons.
Yes.
But at the point, that is the way the Auckland Energy Plan works. It's the same process and may well have been borrowed. Mr. I've got a few questions. I'll start at the higher level first. And again, your evidence is very clear. And you do talk about how the zoning framework that you recommend and the intensification certainly gives effect to those policies in the NPS, and particularly those for Tier 2. But you don't mention how it does or doesn't give effect to the RPS. And I wonder whether, because we had questions this morning from your planning perspective, because you talked about things like planned built character, and going through your report, you talk about reasonable level of access to daylight and sunlight and reasonable access to privacy. And I just reflect on the RPS around amenity, which those all are, which is out of a preservation enhancement framework. How does this framework, PC29 policy framework that you are responsible for, fit to the RPS or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have been reviewing the RPS again, in addition to the work that we did in the section 32. And I actually really liked the terms that you used earlier in the day about the RPS doesn't necessarily present a whole view on intensification. It talks about urban expansion and the potential risks around urban expansion without actually discussing intensification. And it almost says that intensification is preferred, but it doesn't actually expressly say that.
You're dead right, because that's their policy, where urban expansion is considered to have a greater net benefit than intensification.
Yeah.
It's clearly implied.
It is implied.
But there's nothing, to me, as I read it, which sort of supports intensification of itself.
No. And then once you move into the discussion around character, the RPS is again confusing and lumping together character and amenity and natural amenity. And the policy itself talks about maintaining a high level of natural amenity values, which is not, in my mind, the same as residential amenity values. Natural amenity, I have interpreted as talking more to the amenity associated with natural wild areas and the coastal environment and our backdrop, our rural backdrop. So it's very unclear what exactly that policy is trying to achieve. And in an ideal world, we would have an updated RPS that gives us the same language. But looking at the RPS, we're not talking the same language. So I do think it is appropriate to go up a step to the NPSUD and look directly at those policy directions that are specific to residential intensification.
Thank you for that. I feel now that I've raised it, I need to just put it to each of the planning witnesses just to get a particular view. Turning to this issue of notification versus non-notification, and again, I understand your evidence, and Mr. Parsons and that. A lot of submissions are raising who are really concerned about the non-notification provisions and are saying this is really unfair, this is quite a massive change, we're going to have taller buildings next to us that will shade us, it will block our views, and we should at least have our say. Is it your position that the plan, and I think this is what you've said, I just want you really to confirm it, that in terms of the high density provisions which meet the specified standards, essentially height in relation to boundary and that, if you comply with that, from a planning point of view, that's deemed to be appropriate and therefore notification is not required because you're attempting to provide certainty for development and to encourage intensification, which is what this plan change is about. Is that the position that's taken?
Yes, it is.
Right.
We've designed those standards to provide amenity that we think is appropriate.
So the opportunity at this stage is for submitters to say why that's inappropriate or why those standards are inappropriate.
Yes.
Right. And then picking up the other point, if you don't meet one of the standards, let's say height in relation to boundary, then all of the notification issues potentially kick in. So
yes,
council would need to go through a process to determine what the effects are, whether they're less than minor, no notification, direct notification or public notification. That's the position that you've taken.
yes, very much so.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it's clear. And just again, just coming to Schedule Y, I understand the position where you've got to, where you're simply saying, I think what you're saying is it's acceptable to you professionally that it can come through this process because what they want to do ultimately, or the plan provisions on Schedule Y, are the same as or less than what was publicly notified. So no one could claim that they didn't understand what the envelope for development would be, versus it's a completely different activity than what was proposed in PC 29. I mean, the broad question is really, does that get over the scope issue? I mean, it might meet the sort of substantive provisions are acceptable, but does it get over the scope issue? I accept that's a legal issue we have to deal with. But I know in your summary, you said you feel more comfortable now about the scope issue because of the scale of development which would be enabled by the plan. I suppose the question is, does that actually get by the scope issue, or it just makes you more satisfied that the provisions are all right?
It makes me satisfied that the conditions in the schedule are okay. In terms of the activity and whether or not that's within scope, the activity is an existing activity, so it was covered by the notified plan rules. Under the notified plan, any expansion of the hospital's development on the site would have been a discretionary activity, and we did have a specific rule for that. We introduced additional rules for non-residential activities in the residential zone. We were quite specific about which activities they were, though. Sorry, I'm using the royal we. I do it all the time.
I haven't been pulling anybody up on it today. Your viewers, yes.
Yes, I did recommend specific rules for dairies and small-scale commercial activities, but the plan change did consider non-residential activities in the residential zone. So it is within scope. It's a different activity, but it is an activity that was existing and already covered by the discretionary rule.
Right.
So I'm reasonably comfortable.
Right. No, that's fine. Thank you. I think that comes back to Ms. Anderson's point that scope is not a black and white issue. It's one where there are some clearly tests being applied by the courts, and then how you apply that. And in the end, maybe it makes no difference in the sense of there's nobody disadvantaged by agreeing with it. We'll hear from Mr. Lyle when he comes along. Thank you. Anything further?
Just coming back to that RDA matter, are you comfortable that the matters of discretion that an application would be framed around if it was notified for not meeting the standards are sufficient to? Well, I'll couch my question in this way: that a plan change goes through and a community has an appreciation of what the plan change might allow, and consequently, if the plan change is approved, there's an understanding of the scope of activities that might occur as a result of that plan change in general. Are you comfortable that the matters of discretion covered under the RDA that might be notified are sufficient to address all the material ways that a proposal could offend is it sufficient to be within the range of anticipated ways that the proposal might offend the plan?
The matters of discretion are framed quite broadly, and they do cover effects on neighbouring properties from a wide range of perspectives. They cover off the effects on the streetscape from a broad perspective as well. They also cover off the effects on the transport network. And whether or not there are issues around parking or access or servicing for the site in particular, that's site specific. There are also zone-wide matters of discretion that are included right at the start of the chapter. I can't say that we have covered all situations because it's very hard to do that, but we have a very broad range of matters of discretion. When I've processed multi-unit development resource consents in the past, and I've done quite a few, there isn't any effects that aren't listed in the matters of discretion, that aren't covered by those general matters of discretion. I haven't ever had to notify a development because of something that's not in that list already.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement and evidence. Thank you. Yeah, I think Mr. Gopinath is.
Thank you. My name is Mithran Gopinath, and I'm the reporting planner for the inner city and suburban commercial zones, and also for proposed infrastructure-related amendments across the whole plan change area. I'm just going to quickly read my summary statement, but I note that I've attached a few maps and 2 comparison tables, one for the inner city and one for the suburban commercial, to my summary statement. The purpose of Plan Change 29 as it relates to the inner city and suburban commercial zones is to enable greater residential and business capacity to give effect to the intensification directive of the NPS UD. Plan Change 29 proposes changes to objectives, policies, rules, and rules associated with the inner city and suburban commercial zone. I note that the inner city zone includes both the city center and the city fringe areas. While Plan Change 29 does not propose to change the spatial extent of the city center or the suburban commercial zone, it does seek to extend the city fringe area southwards along St. Vincent and Vanguard Streets. This extension is intended to replace the operative industrial zone that applies in this location under the Nelson Resource Management Plan. To view the area, please refer to that first map in my summary statement.
Yes, we've got, and that's the one that has been with Mr. Lyle and this whole suggestion about the transition and about permitting minor alterations and all of those sorts of things.
Correct. Minor additions and alterations goes across the city in the city as a whole, but the transition, yes, that applies to that area specifically. So the plan change also proposes amendments to infrastructure-related objectives, policies, rules, and definitions. This includes amendments to the services overlay and updates to operative provisions to give effect to the national policy statement on electricity transmission. Plan change 29 also proposes acoustic insulation requirements for residential activities in commercial and residential zones where they are affected by noise from the state highway. I'll set out below an overview of my opinion on the key outstanding matters raised in submissions and in submitter evidence. So key issue one for me is the inner city and suburban commercial zone additions and alterations. So as notified, Plan Change 29 proposed amendments to apply restricted discretionary activity status for all new buildings and more than minor additions and alterations in the inner city and suburban commercial zones. I consider the consent requirement for new buildings and large modifications necessary to ensure that those developments provide an appropriate level of streetscape amenity to effectively achieve objective IC2, which deals with street and public amenity. The notified provisions permitted minor alterations that do not change the external design and appearance of a building. Mr. Lyle, in his evidence for Trafalgar House, stated that given the subjectivity of the notified standard, it will result in a large number of resource consent applications, with many being for alterations that have no bearing on the wider amenity and quality of the inner city environment. I have to agree with Mr. Lyle, and I consider that it is appropriate for a rule to be clear with respect to the permitted size for small modifications that are less likely to impact the streetscape. In relation to the proposed rezoning of the St. Vincent and Vanguard industrial zone, Mr. Lyle, on behalf of GP Investments, noted that it is important for the plan change to acknowledge that there are some activities in this area that will create cross-boundary effects for new residential developments. So in response to these concerns, I recommended a number of modifications. Some of these include permitting external alterations to existing buildings where they are less than 25 meters squared of a street-facing building facade, or less than 100 meters squared of a non-street facing building facade. In terms of additions, I recommended permitting additions that are less than 25% of existing floor area or 250 meters squared, so long as those additions don't involve a residential activity and are not located on a street-facing building facade. Within the area proposed to be rezoned, I recommended amending the activity status from restricted discretionary to controlled for additions and alterations that involve an industrial activity. Control is recommended to be reserved over matters that relate to streetscape amenity, whilst acknowledging the constraints on what can be achieved from an industrial activity. To support this, I've also recommended amendments to policy IC 3.2 and policy IC 4.2 to recognize that the character of this area will change over time from industrial to mixed use, and to efficiently provide for ongoing use until that redevelopment occurs. As noted by Mr. Wallace in his evidence, the suggested alteration threshold will enable small-scale architectural modifications that can help facilitate a change in tenant or internal activity. And the 100-meter squared provision for non-street facing alterations recognize existing subdivision patterns that provide for lots that are deeper than they are wide. The provision also recognizes the decreased visibility of those non-street facing facades. My recommended threshold for additions will enable extensions at the rear of a site where there is limited impact on streetscape amenity, and therefore would still effectively achieve objective IC2. Within the area proposed to be rezoned, providing a controlled pathway for larger industrial-related additions and alterations helps reflect the existing nature of development in the area. This will support ongoing operations as the area transitions. Through the inner city joint witness statements, experts agreed in principle that a rule could provide for reasonable ongoing use while also triggering consent for large-scale redevelopment. While this was discussed at conferencing, we did not have time to come to an agreement. I'm open to having further discussions with Mr. Lyle on the details of those recommended thresholds.
You see what his evidence brings. He might agree with you.
He might. And lastly, I'm of the opinion that those additions and alteration standards should also be included in the corresponding suburban commercial zone rule. Such an update will help clarify the intent of the provision and improve usability of the plan. So should I just move on to my next issue? Or?
I just have a clarification because we're not talking about street frontage and that look, but competing boundaries. So say in the mixed suburban commercial where they share a boundary, but it's not on the street frontage when it doesn't change that, but it does change what happens at the back along that shared boundary. Would that be covered under restricted or some of those thresholds that you were talking about that you haven't fixed yet?
Yeah, so I guess the trigger for consent in what I was describing for those non-street facing facades would either be an addition of more than 25% of the existing site area or 100-meter squared for an alteration that doesn't involve a non-street facing facade. But I guess there are also other rules like the recession plane rule. So where a suburban commercial zone borders a residential zone, that boundary has to meet the recession plane standards for the adjacent residential zone.
Does that get impacted by like the noise overlay or anything like that? Or is that some other restricted kind of activity? Because of like we've mentioned before about the noise, the vibration, the different things happening and those sort of things to affect health and well-being.
Sure.
So how does that get addressed in there?
So the overlay rules are not zone specific. So the state highway noise provisions, for example, go across both the residential and suburban commercial zones. Similarly, the port effects control overlay, as well as the airport effects overlay, have overlay specific rules, objectives, and policies that are not zone dependent, if you like. And because they're more specific, tend to take a higher precedent than a general zone rule.
Okay. So say, for example, a particular business was in the commercial space at the particular time and the residents moved in and that was fine and the noise level and vibrations and all of that was met, and then that business moves on and a different one comes in that creates a lot more noise and has comings and goings and vibrations and things like that. How does that get addressed in this? Because if it's talking about existing or the current, how do you give the reassurance to the resident on the competing boundary some, I don't know, securities or peace of mind?
Sure. So the commercial zones, both the inner city fringe, and the suburban commercial zones have operative noise standards, and those aren't proposed to be changed. So they're existing and they'll continue to carry on. Right. So my second key issue is the state highway noise provisions. As notified, Plan Change 29 proposed to introduce acoustic insulation requirements for new or altered residential activity within 100 meters of the state highway. The plan change reduced this requirement to 40 meters where there is a solid structure or landform blocking line of sight. A number of submitters have opposed the state highway noise provisions. Relying on the evidence of Mr. Stiles, I understand that the main cause for adverse effects from noise is annoyance, which can lead to early onset of stress-related disease and a reduction in sleep quality. In its submission, Waka Kotahi supplied an overlay that models the spatial extent of road traffic noise across land adjacent to the state highway. This model reflects the unique circumstances of each receiving site with respect to noise generated by the highway. Mr. Stiles, has reviewed the overlay and considers it to be more efficient than the 100-meter notified buffer. Now, this is because the overlay excludes land that may not be subject to noise levels high enough to warrant any land use standards. To view the difference between the overlay and the 100-meter buffer, please refer to those maps in my summary statement. You'll see that the overlay is capped at 100 meters, but in most instances it brings down that requirement quite substantially. Relying on the evidence of Mr. Stiles, I recommended deleting the notified setbacks and applying the mapped overlay as a trigger for acoustic requirements. In my view, this approach more effectively achieves the objectives and policies that seek quality living environments in the residential zone and quality housing choices in the suburban commercial zone. As notified, the rules would have triggered acoustic requirements for additions and alterations, and substantial alterations to habitable spaces. Now, GP Investments in their submission noted that there is uncertainty created by the variable manner in which the word substantial alterations could be interpreted. I agree, and I have recommended modifying the rules to delete the reference to it alterations and applying the rule to new buildings and additions only. And in this instance, when I say additions, I mean additions of habitable spaces, which contains a definition in the plan. For additions of habitable spaces, I recommend excluding additions that are less than 10 meters squared from this acoustic requirement. These amendments will enable internal reallocation of space between existing habitable rooms and a modest conversion of non-habitable spaces to improve the function of a residential unit. Quantifying those larger additions will ensure that they are appropriately insulated to deal with noise from the state highway. And I'll also note that the way the rules are written, the additions have to be within the overlay. So if half your house is covered by the state highway and the addition is not within the overlay, it wouldn't trigger that consent need. Some of the other recommended amendments to the noise provisions include removing reference to vibration as a matter of discretion and primarily focusing those matters of discretion to indoor noise levels. So I've got a few more issues, but that's state highway noise.
Just one question, and I guess it just comes down to being an arbitrary number, but why was 10 square meters chosen?
It is, I agree, it is an arbitrary number. And we just looked at, we've tried to provide a level where you can have those slight internal modifications, provide a small amount of conversion of, let's say, a laundry room to a sleep out, something like that. But I'm open to hearing feedback on whether you think that's appropriate or not.
Just on that, that's why I thought it was useful to put that out there. I mean, we'll hear from Mr. Whitty and others about whether they are, I don't know whether they'll be satisfied by the changes or not, but it'll be a useful springboard for them to comment on. It certainly has been pulled back. Is that sufficient? So we'll, once we've heard it, and then we might come back to you.
Sure. Yeah. So the next thing on my list was the airport. The airport opposed the rezoning of a small portion of land at the southern end of the runway. The relief sought is that this area remains low-density residential as opposed to the general residential zoning proposed by Plan Change 29. This area is within the airport effects overlay that is proposed to be extended by Plan Change 30. Now, since their evidence, the airport has provided a legal submission and has decided to withdraw that submission point on the basis that there are appropriate density controls to manage reverse sensitivity effects on the airport. So I won't touch on that any further. This was not in my summary statement, but I think I should touch on the services overlay since it's come up. The Nelson's Resource Management Plan contains a services overlay which identifies areas that might be lacking in capacity. Plan Change 29 proposed to delete the services overlay, not the overlay as a whole, but to exclude the overlay from applying to the general, medium, and high density residential zones. In its place, Plan Change 29 proposed replacement rules, specifically 17, 18, and 19A, that require habitable buildings to connect to water supply and wastewater networks and to prevent stormwater from draining onto public roads. Submissions, 6 submissions in total, have sought to reinstate the services overlay over areas where servicing constraints exist. Bayview Nelson Limited highlighted that while individual servicing connections may be compliant, there was no method to trigger a wider servicing assessment. So in response to that, through my section 42A, I have recommended amending those rules to more clearly require an assessment of infrastructure capacity. This is supported by Mr. Ruffle, who points to the value of giving early consideration to the issue of adequate capacity to public utility networks. Through a joint witness statement, I think it was infrastructure statement 4, Mr. Lyle has agreed to the changes associated with the rules, and Bayview Nelson has now changed his position to being neutral on the issue. And the only other thing I was going to touch on, if you wanted me to, was inner city daylight controls.
Yes, sure. But you recommended pulling back a bit or changing, haven't you?
So yes,
Walk us through that.
sure. The operative inner city and inner city fringe. Well, let's start with the city center. The operative city center rules contain 2 daylight controls. One, controlling buildings that may have adverse effects, daylight effects on the parking squares, and the second rule being for the 3 main streets, Trafalgar, Bridge, and Hardy, within the city center. PC 29 proposed to delete those references, and as Mr. Wallace has touched on, it's primarily because so as to enable the higher heights that's being proposed through PC 29. The inner city fringe area, which borders other zones, contained a daylight rule that restricted heights in relation to residential zones as well as the open space. PC 29 proposed to retain that for the residential zone, but delete the open space requirement, primarily because a lot of those parks are either bigger or are situated to the north or have a gap wherein there's a river or a residential zone in between.
Any other questions? I've got one question, and it might be more appropriate for Ms. Hewson. In your marked up table, it's page 14 of mine, but it is the rule, the ICR 37A. This is this one about if it's adjacent to a heritage item and restricting the height. And I understand that that's the new rule that's come into PC 29. Is just what submission are you relying on to insert that provision? I mean, are there submissions actually asking for it? Because when I was looking through this, and I looked at, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there was scope for this one, but you tell me if I'm wrong. Or Ms. Hewson can.
I think I would have to pass.
All right, we'll come back. So, okay, so I understand in the residential zone, there was clearly intention that if it was adjacent to a heritage item, the height would be restricted. I wasn't aware And I don't think it came through the notified version, but presumably there's a submission the council is relying on to recommend that. So Ms. Hewson's nodding, so she'll cover that off. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, what the heritage we've got? So we've got Ms. Hewson, we've got Dr. McEwen, and we've got Ms. Lutz will be coming online. I just wonder whether, yes, Mr. Wallace might vacate his position if Ms. Hewson, if you're comfortable moving up and Dr. McEwen can come to the front table. And is Ms. Lutz going to come online now, or is she going to? I think she must be due. I think it was due now.
Yeah, she's full.
All right. Thank you. So she can hear. So I just want to check, is Mr. Bowman here or online? Because Mr. Bowman, you're Mr. Bowman? Oh, good, thank you. I think it's just useful you can hear the discussion for when you present. So, welcome. How do you want to proceed with the planning first or with the more technical witnesses first?
I think it's probably useful to go with technical first, given that I'm relying on the technical evidence for the planning aspect.
Dr. McEwen, are you going to go first?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. What I propose is just to read the executive summary from my primary evidence. The panel also has the rebuttal evidence that I prepared and an enormous amount of digital paper that were appendices to my primary statement. There were 7 appendices in total, which we haven't printed out because that would be a waste of trees. So my name is Dr. Anne McEwen. I'm an independent heritage consultant. I've been working for Nelson City Council for 9 years, engaged initially to create a review of the assessment criteria and methodology for assessing historic heritage items, and then from that prepared the schedule for the draft Nelson plan, some of which has now been incorporated into PC29. So there's 2 parts to my primary evidence. One is in respect of, I provide an explanation of the heritage assessment criteria and methodology that I developed for Nelson City Council. I discuss the need for a number of heritage-related definitions to be incorporated into the Nelson Resource Management Plan. I describe the difference between character areas and heritage precincts because that's key to a number of submissions, and I refer to the inputs that I've provided in respect of managing development on sites adjacent to scheduled historic heritage resources. And in my evidence, I also respond to submitter requests in respect of specific building structures and precincts, both in regard to their inclusion or not in Appendix 1 and also their heritage ranking within it. And in summary, I believe the following changes to the NRMP Appendix 1 are warranted. They are the addition of 1 new building, 19 Dodson Valley Road, as a B-ranked item as a result of submission. The retention and revised ranking of 2 items, the building at 109 Rutherford Street and the Rocks Road 1841 Wakefield Landing Memorial as B-ranked items. In the notified version of PC29, they've both been deleted or omitted from Appendix 1. I've recommended a revised Group A ranking for 94 Nile Street in response to submission and have reduced the spatial extent of setting for the former Bishop's residence at 225 Waimea Road. again, subject to submission in that case by the owner. And I've also recommended the inclusion of 4 properties that are subject to Heritage New Zealand Pohere Taonga covenants in Appendix 1. And I also considered, in terms of the provisions in the planning maps, 2 items. One was the retention of a reduced area of the operative city centre heritage precinct, which that reduced area now encompasses the south side of Hardy Street between Collingwood and Park Streets. And what's not in my primary evidence, because it happened afterwards, but I would also add to that I was part of the considerations in respect of the Manuka Street Hospital in terms of the heritage implications for that. And so therefore you will find my name in 2 joint witness statements. So that's really a quick summary of my evidence.
Thank you, Dr. McEwen. Are there questions for Dr. McEwen? I've got a few, so I'm happy to kick off with it. Where to start? The criteria issue. So as I understand it, in the operative plan and proposed to Plan Change 29, there will now be effectively 2 sets of criteria, and the amended criteria relates to Plan Change 29, and the criteria are those that you set out. Mr. Bowman takes some issue with those and thinks they should be uncoupled and other things added into it. Ms. Hewson, I think in her statement comes through and says it probably doesn't make an awful lot of difference, and I'm just interpolating here. And I note that those criteria, when I looked at the exposure draft of the full district plan review, which I think you were responsible for, they are those criteria which would have otherwise gone through the regional policy statement test. Is that right? That's where, I mean, those criteria have come from previous work you've done in terms of looking at the overall district plan review. Right.
That's right, because I was engaged to review the, yes.
So the question I've got, and again, it comes back to this RPS issue. Do you, in your professional opinion, would it have been better for you to be able to engage, certainly with your colleagues, at an RPS level where you're simply talking about methodology criteria, to have that debate without it being applied through Plan Change 29? Or do you think it's better that it's done through Plan Change 29 where you've taken the criteria and applied them specifically?
It certainly would have been tidier, in my opinion, for the Nelson plan to have been notified, because then we wouldn't have this double set of criteria, and there would have been a more kind of academic kind of framework for a discussion about criteria, the method by which those criteria are applied.
Right.
Yes.
So can you just, I'll come to Ms. Lutz in a moment because she's made some particular recommendation, but particularly focusing on what Mr. Bowman is asking us, and we'll hear from Mr. Bowman later in the week, why you disagree or why you think the criteria that you have recommended are appropriate for the task at hand.
There's a couple
more
of,
appropriate, I should say. Right.
And the thinking behind that goes back to the report, which is Appendix 2 to my evidence, which was a report that I co-authored with Dr. Greg Mason, who is a planner, that we looked at the Built Heritage Assessment methodology, criteria and methodology for Nelson City. And in that report, which is June 2015, the position that that report that I came to was that the criteria that I subsequently developed and applied was not only appropriate in terms of essentially following the lead of the definition of historic heritage resources in the RMA, but that it also happened to be quite well aligned with the NRMP. And that's not necessarily something that that's a sort of a happy state of affairs.
I've had experience. I've done 8 district plan reviews at this point. Sometimes you come in and then you just look and think, ugh, start from scratch. But in this case, there's quite good alignment, and there are pairs of terms or attributes, for example, that are in the operative plans, historic and social significance, for example. So my work for the council, which has been picked up and put into PC29, is very much predicated on that review of the NRMP, the criteria that are part of Appendix 1, and also back in 2015, a decision to get rid of the Cs because they had no planning protection.
Right.
That's why, I continue, I don't think there's been any challenge to the quality of that work. I've done it for 8 district plan reviews now in a very similar fashion. I believe they work, that they are responsive to the RMA. In this case, the RPS is kind of, you have to look to the issues section in the RMP, which talks about heritage and cultural values. This is at RI 13, and it says that heritage and cultural values are places that having some notable historic, architectural, scientific, archaeological, spiritual, or other special value. So there's a trail of breadcrumbs that I think leads you back to the RMA and does so in a way that is best practice, in my opinion.
Right. So, can you answer this question? So if the criteria that Mr. Bowman is recommending, I'm just picking up what I said before, if you were to take those and apply them, how different would the outcome be, do you think, in terms of what you would recommend for scheduling or not scheduling?
I think, as I've stated in my rebuttal, that I don't think that there would be really a demonstrable difference. Right. There would, however, be some risks and some problems with the criteria of rarity, for example, because rarity is very hard to substantiate without exhaustive research. And I do notice too that the RMP talks about the importance of heritage because it serves to remind present and future generations of past activities and inhabitants of Nelson. So the function of the district plan is to protect significant resources for Nelson, not look at the rarity of something in Whangarei, Gore, and elsewhere.
Right. Well, I'll come back to that later on. Can you explain to me, because I'm unclear on this word. I understand what the word thematic is, but the thematic report and the report that was done, which Mr. Bowman says you haven't considered, and you say you have. What's the difference between the two of you? I've written it down. I can't find my word.
I'm not sure. It may be simply that it hasn't been recorded in some document, the work I've done in order to substantiate the heritage significance of the items I recommended be scheduled.
So that's the thematic historical overview of Nelson City by Dr. John Wilson, 2011. Yes. You say you have considered that.
Yes.
And we'll come to Mr. Bowman, who says, I think he says you haven't, or you haven't done it thoroughly. What's your understanding of the difference there? Probably just what you've told me.
I probably can't really explain
I'll ask Mr. Bowman. No, it's fine. So come to some of the issues of Ms. Lutz and Mr. Bowman came about, again, correct me wrong, lack of site visits. So site visits, individual site visits were not undertaken for all of the sites to be scheduled because some of them were clearly operative. Can you just explain the site visit issue?
I think it's a question of whether or not other expert submitters to this process are distinguishing between visiting a place and going onto the property. I've made multiple visits to Nelson since 2015, and I've seen all of the scheduled items. one of the things I think that is germane in terms of assessment, and which is a sort of somewhat pragmatic kind of aspect to assessment, is that if you are scheduling items in order to protect the exterior envelope of those buildings, which are subject to provisions around demolition, alterations and additions you can see from the outside, it's not crucial that you go inside and have a cup of tea with the owner and look at their bathroom renovation. I have certainly, I can reassure the panel, I've been to Nelson a lot in the last 9 years, and I have seen all of the buildings that I have assessed for the council.
Thank you. So you're satisfied from a visual perspective, you've seen them, and on that basis you can rate them?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Do you want to make any comment on some of Ms. Lute's, and I won't call them criticisms, because she basically says that the methodology that you've used is generally appropriate, but she recommends some improvements. And she says for next time, and some of these are out of scope. And then she does talk about, yes, it might be quite good to include integrity and authenticity. And there's a few things in there. When I read it, I thought, I wonder what Dr. McEwen thinks of this. So what's your view of what Ms. Lutz is recommending in terms of improvements to your process?
I think the time it's taken, and we're still waiting for the notified version of the Nelson plan, I think that naturally creates the possibility of kind of thinking about how things could be done in a slightly different manner. The other thing I think is that there is no national policy statement for historic heritage.
Yeah.
So one of the difficulties that heritage experts have is that there is no definitive kind of guide or clear direction on how best to get from Section 6F of the RMA into a district plan Appendix 1 schedule. And so it's common for heritage experts to disagree or to have slightly different views, because these things are iterative and there is no national direction as to how to interpret RMA Section 6.
So, sorry about all the questions, but I think there is clearly contention between the experts. So there is this view that Ms. Lutz holds, and I'm not sure whether Mr. Bowman has. I think you're a historian.
I'm an architectural historian.
Architectural with a PhD.
Yes.
Mr. Bowman's got an MA in Built Heritage and Conservation and is doing a PhD. Ms. Lutz has got a Master's in Architectural Building Conservation, and there's this seems to be this tension between who is most qualified. And I think what both Mr. Bowman and Ms. Lutz are saying, it should be a combination of those talents or that expertise. Do you agree with that?
Well, at the risk of sounding really braggy, I am that combination. I'm an architectural historian.
Right.
And for the purposes of assessing historic heritage resources, and the fact that I've done this 8 times, I believe I am perfectly well qualified to assess historic heritage resources according to criteria and a methodology that is well accepted and used around the country.
No, thank you for that, because they're useful. I can use these for questions to the other 2 witnesses. The only other question I've got is more specific, and it comes to what we were just talking about before about this role about adjacent. Now, the amended word is if it's got a common legal boundary. But the question I've got from you technically or professionally, in terms of the scheduled item or the overlay, which are all, as I understand it, Section 6F matters, they're matters of national importance. Is that, it's more than a curtilage, the area around it and this adjoining rule, is that intended to address a Section 6F issue, or is it more of an amenity issue to ensure that building or structure or object stands out in terms of its historic value?
I believe it is a Section 6F matter, the definition in the Act of historic heritage resources runs through the qualities of architecture and talks about that they may be historic places, structures, sites, etc., and then says, and surroundings.
Right.
For the purposes of protecting historic heritage resources, it is common practice, standard practice, that the scheduled setting is confined to the legal parcel or part thereof on which the resource is located. So, it'd be unreasonable to kind of schedule your neighbour's house because you live in a historic heritage building. On the other hand, when you have the planning provisions, though, create a different, they create an environment in which the surroundings of a heritage item clearly have potential to go beyond that legal parcel. So when I was asked to provide some comment to council about upzoning the neighbours, I felt that it was a Section 6 matter in as much as inappropriate subdivision use and development on neighbouring properties could, have a negative impact on the heritage resource. And I gave to council as one example where you have very small scale cottages in Nelson, which are some of the really landmark, iconic kind of heritage buildings in the city. If, for example, you had large scale residential development across the fence and it created a large degree of overshadowing, shading, etc., if that led to the undesirability of that little cottage to be a residential building anymore, then that would actually undermine the heritage values, because heritage values of buildings are best maintained if they are used for the purpose for which they are built. So if you have a little house and it becomes so untenable to live in that house because of neighbouring development, I believe that would essentially not meet Section 6.
No, I understand. I understand the rationale for why you put up. I mean, given us, if you're saying it's a Section 6 issue, do you think professionally it would be better then to actually identify the extent on the plan of how wide that might go? Because currently it just says a common boundary. It could be a really large site, and therefore, as I read the plan, and Ms. Hewson might correct me later, seems that the whole of the site then needs resource consent. I understand if it's a Section 6 matter, would it be better to have the actual area identified, including the adjoining neighbours, and then they would be in a position to say, we support that, or no, we don't?
Yeah, I agree with that. And what I didn't realise until we started looking at the Manuka Street Hospital example was that in the planning maps released for PC29, there's no indication of who those adjoining properties are. And I think that was an oversight, because then that either failed to kind of make people aware that they're on that legal boundary with a heritage item, but it also meant that there was no way that it could be identified ahead of time that a large site like the Manuka Street Hospital was actually going to be problematic.
Right.
So there is an issue there about the planning map really not showing you what that rule implies.
So your preference, I mean, I know we haven't, but your preference would be to actually identify, because it's a Section 6 matter, but currently we don't have that. So the rule that stands at the moment, which is this, if it's adjoining on a common legal boundary, height is restricted, I think, to 8 metres in the residential zone, and you need a restricted discretionary to go through that. So right, all right, thank you. Anything for us, Dr. McEwen?
Could I just ask a clarification? I might have been a bit not keeping up there, Mr. Chair, with your questioning, but just the distinction between, and it's probably more of a planning matter, but distinction between someone not being aware of the implications on their property of rule changes that reflect an existing identified heritage site versus someone wanting to add another heritage site in without the neighbours knowing. Is this a different matter to what you were discussing?
I think it's a different matter. This is this issue we raised, and we put out that direction saying asking parties who are asking for sites to be included via a submission, I didn't come through the notified plan, we were saying, have they talked to the neighbour, to the owner, and do they agree? Now, I know the legal position is yes, there was a submission and a further submission process, but it came down to one of sort of fairness and transparency about if through a submission someone says, please include this property, and this will apply to, I think, some of the criticism of Mr. Bowman's approach is through a submission, the site will get added, and then suddenly your property is then subject to this restricted discretionary rule. So I think it is related. And I'll ask Miss Houston about that. But basically what we've done is ask anyone, and I think, Ms. Houston, you've covered off the potential natural justice issues in your 42A and in your summary statement. We'll come to those. And whether it just comes down to historic places by Huri Tonga, who are the parties. I know the legal position is further submission, but I mean, to be frank, how many people read through 500 pages of summary of decisions to find out that someone's asked for a site next door to be included? Thank you. So we're calling Ms. Lutz. Is she next? Will she come up on our screen?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, were you following that conversation we were having with Dr. McEwen?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. So again, I think we've clearly read your peer review of the work that she has done. And I know that you didn't manage to get to expert conferencing because I think you're overseas. But you've made some comment on that. And then you've got your final rebuttal statement. And as I read it, and you can take us through this, but as I read it, you're basically saying what Dr. McEwen done is essentially, but generally, you use the word generally quite a bit, generally is quite appropriate, but there are some things that probably you would have done slightly differently. And I suppose the issue for us is how significant are they in a Section 32 process of, you know, what is an appropriate and efficient, effective set of provisions. So within that kind of context, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I take my evidence as read, and therefore you are also aware of my background. I have written the rebuttal evidence and to just skip to the questions that you had with regards to the appropriateness of the methodology. As Dr. McEwen said, there are many ways of skinning a cat. And as we also know, there is no standard, no national standard on how to do it exactly. The profession over the years, at least as long as I have been around, and that is about 30 years here in New Zealand, has come to develop on how they do things. And that has always been based on guidance from the Historic Places Trust in the early days, now Heritage New Zealand. It has also been based on the RPS of different regions and of the RMA as of later. The point is that, in my view, what Dr. McEwen has done is sufficient. And I think that has provided in that efficient and structured manner an assessment that is acceptable and appropriate. There is always a chance of improving things. And if you have more money and if you have more time and if you want to do it really, really well, you can add more and you should add more. And on the basis of this, I have actually provided the recommendations that I think were here out of scope for this plan change, but could be considered in a further plan change to increase the clarity and the user friendliness of the plan for, and in particular, people that are not professionals. Because a professional has learned and has been trained in assessing these things. They know where the difference lies between historic or social significance that might not be quite so obvious for lay people. And for these people, it will be particularly beneficial if these things are spelled out better in a district plan. But in the overall assessment, as Dr. McEwen has done, I don't think it would have made a major difference.
Thank you for that. Are you happy to take questions?
Yes, yes.
I just check. Are there questions for Ms. Lutz? The question I've got then is the same one. So when you say you could make improvements, but if you used those improvements now, it wouldn't have made much difference or a substantial difference. What I mean, I know I don't want you to necessarily quantify it, but as I said, we've with, for example, with Mr. Bowman, who's suggesting different approaches, you know, and if the panel were to make a recommendation, come back and say, look, we think what you have recommended, Mr. Bowman have reckoned, are more appropriate. My view is there's probably we couldn't expand the number of sites to be included through this process. It would have to probably be a variation or something because it would be so different. So what I'm trying to get to is really in section 32 terms, is what Dr. McEwen has recommended and Ms. Hewson appropriate for this job, which is what you've said it has. But
Yes.
the improvements, how much of a difference would it make? I mean, what are you able to offer an opinion in terms of how many more sites would be included, how fewer sites would be included? Would there be more precincts?
I think what would change if you would go a little bit more detailed into the assessments is an overall change of what is scheduled and what is valued. Because at the end of the day, if you've got a basic assessment as has been done and has been done appropriately, then you get an overview and a range of buildings that have a value. And I'm not saying that it should be put into numbers, but just for understanding purposes, if you've got a value then between 1 and 10 for each of those criteria, and you add up the overall significance, you might come up with a significance of 8.5. If you are going a little bit deeper and have more detailed assessments, then you might actually end up with a more nuanced assessment where for certain things you will have a 3.5 and for others you will have a 7. It will make a difference overall in where the thresholds are to include things, I think.
Right.
Because certain things will fall out of the threshold because they will score more in one thing than the other. But if you group them, of course, there is only one score.
Right. No, that's clear. That's helpful. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything further for Dr. Ms. Lutz? Thank you. No, that's fine. Just before we move on, I should give you an opportunity. Is there anything you want to respond to from what Ms. Lutz said?
Perhaps just a point of clarification that 20 years ago, there was a lot of district plans that were reviewed with a numeric, it was the sort of Canadian Parks numeric scoring system. And nobody, I don't think there have been any submissions kind of calling for that approach. It does become highly problematic when in an implementation framework, people start arguing about well, it's only a 5. No, it was a 6.5 yesterday. So it's a way in which professionals might approach the assessment process, but it's not terribly helpful when it comes to consenting and actually implementing the provisions for items.
3.9, where she essentially is suggesting some greater clarification of what is Group A, and she added in those words, and have a high level of integrity and authenticity are crucial to the understanding of the district's development. And for Group B, places and objects require a lesser degree of significance, integrity and authenticity and contributing to the understanding of the district's development. Is that something you support in terms of greater clarity between an A and B and what they are, or unnecessary?
No, in fact, you'll find that in my Appendix 2 report. The only kind of comment I would make about using words like lesser, I think that kind of invites a challenge to things being scheduled at all. So there's just some semantics there that I think if we had the opportunity, we would refine. But I absolutely agree that you need to be clear if you have a two-tier schedule, how things come to be an A or a B. Absolutely.
We've got Rhys Gervin online as well. Yes, so I think it's better to have the whole range of experts first, and then I cover the planning aspects post.
Thank you. Mr. Gervin, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can. Thank you. And you can hear me because I've turned my microphone on. I was turning it off now. So I'll let you give, thank you. We've got your evidence, obviously. And your evidence is really supporting the deletion of the U-shaft.
Correct, yes. So I'll take my evidence as read. I have prepared a brief summary statement and a PowerPoint that relates to. So if that would help, I can take the Commissioner's read.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my full name is Rhys James Gervin, and my qualifications and expertise are set out in my primary evidence. I'm happy to take questions through this presentation. But yeah, as part of the PC29 process, I was requested by NCC to provide landscape evidence that considers the effect of removing the Churchill Pikimai view shaft. The existing provisions relating to the Churchill view shaft are set out in Appendices 8 and 9 of the Operative Nelson Resource Management Plan. So if we could take that to next slide, please. So yeah, they include an overview and location of the origin of the Churchill steps alongside defining the existing views looking north towards the coast along Trafalgar Street. So they're just the extracts from the provisions within the plan that I've taken into account. I guess just in terms of the one thing I wanted to point out here is in terms of Appendix 8, it refers to iron spikes being in the pathway. We weren't able to identify those iron spikes in doing this assessment, so we have relied on the GIS information, which shows the height of the view plane that's been modelled. So that's a key point that's set out in my evidence. Based on applying the existing Churchill view shaft provisions, my evidence entailed the preparation of an accurate 3D model defining the view shaft location, orientation, and height alongside existing trees and buildings which occur within this area. So next slide, please. So the picture on the left shows the parameters within the operative plan in terms of the view shaft. That gives you the height in absolute terms above vertical datum, so it's going to how high above sea level. Based on that, we've prepared a model using, so it's a 3D model, and that's an isometric view of that model, which shows where that plane is in the context of that view within Nelson, and including the trees and buildings which have occurred through that view shaft currently. So this model was then used to inform an understanding of the existing and proposed building heights that PC29 would allow in relation to the existing view shaft. So next slide, please. So within this slide, we can see the orange plane is the view shaft, which is defined within the district plan. On the left is the green. The green colour is what that currently controls in terms of the inner city and city fringe zone. So that would be up to 15 metres. On the right is the area within the view shaft that PC29 has proposed, and that's buildings up to a height of 24 metres. So using this model, I then prepared representative wireline visual simulations looking north from the church steps towards the coast, and that's the subject to the view shaft. So next slide, please. So this is the view, a representative view from the church steps. And within this view, we've got the orange, I guess just to quickly go through this, the orange line is the view shaft that is defined within the district plan. The dashed blue line is that view of the sea or the coast, the horizon within Tasman Bay. The green line is what is currently controlled by the view shaft, so the 15-metre height plane, and the blue line is the proposed 24 metres within the view shaft, which is subject to PC29. So as well as the view along Trafalgar Street looking south towards the cathedral, which is subject to the view shaft, the Churchill view shaft, I also prepared some views looking looking south towards the cathedral. So they're the next series of slides. And these are explained in my evidence of chief, but I'll just quickly go through those now. But yeah, the view from the Trafalgar Street Bridge across the Maitai River. You can see the cathedral along the alignment of Trafalgar Street. Next slide, please. State Highway 6 and Trafalgar Street, so extending back. Again, the alignment of Trafalgar Street and the cathedral, aligning with that. And last slide is the view. We have the view from Atkinson Street looking towards the cathedral. So my evidence concluded that the Churchill Pikimai view shaft has high associative values due to the settlement pattern of Nelson, its EV associations as a past site, and historical significance associated with the combined cathedral, church steps, and protected heritage trees. Notwithstanding this, the removal of the Churchill view shaft would not significantly impact the views from the church steps towards Nelson Haven as currently recognised by existing plan provisions. So when viewed from the church steps, the accumulation of visual obstructions means that views of Nelson Haven or the Tasman Sea no longer remain. So I just run through the cumulative visual obstructions that include that are identified. So they are the mature trees along Trafalgar Street and at the intersection with Bridge Street and Hardy Street protruding into the view shaft, and that even occurs in winter when to the point that you can't see the sea from that view from the church steps. Trees in the suburban area of Trafalgar Street along Grove, Elliott and Wainui Street, and they also intrude into the view shaft. And we also have some large buildings within the view shaft, so parapets, lift shafts and sections of roofs which have occurred already, as well as buildings adjoining areas along Trafalgar Street, obstructing available views. So the identified view shaft stops short of the coastline. So that's one of the aspects within the plan. So it stops with QE2 Drive and Road Reserve potentially with planting within that area, potentially restricting opportunities for additional views in this area. And the coastal land contained in Kensett Terrace is also not contained in the view shaft. So in conclusion, due to the cumulative visual obstructions, the current Churchill view shaft is not considered to achieve an enduring view to Nelson Haven or the Tasman Sea from the church steps as identified in the Nelson Regional Plan. And is therefore considered redundant. Notwithstanding this, I consider the existing important visual connection between Trafalgar Street, the church steps and the cathedral, which remains, could be further recognised within the plan, and that could be through assessment criteria relating to Rule IC21 buildings over the road reserves. And I understand the scope issues that may occur there. But this could ensure an enduring but evolving functional urban corridor is specifically maintained along the alignment of Trafalgar Street to the north of the cathedral, including ongoing reference to the importance of the setting and character of Nelson through this area. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Oddship. Commissioner Brand, do you have questions for Mr. Gervin? I can come back to you if you like. Yeah. Mr. Parsons, do you have any questions? Mr. Gervin, a couple of questions from me.
Yes.
In terms, I think your evidence is clear and why your professional's opinion it could be removed. And you talk about sort of the loss of visual connection, and I just want to focus on the trees for a moment. If the trees were not there, would your opinion be the same?
I guess it's one of those questions that I've kind of reflected on. I think the fact that the trees, it's not just one or two, it's the accumulation of several trees. So I guess it's kind of that context of we're in the realms of dozens of trees being there. So if it was one or two trees that weren't there, that would be something to kind of change my opinion. I guess we're in the context here where it's the city's matured. There's many trees that are kind of causing this. So in short, if the trees weren't there, yes, that would be something that would materially impact my opinion. We're in the context now where there are numerous trees that are causing this breach of the view. So that's I guess something that you have to take into account in terms of whether they're going to be there or not. So the likelihood of that occurring.
Thank you for that. Can I just pose a question to Ms. Houston now? I'm not sure you know about what status the trees have, if any. I'll come back to you later. I don't know whether you're able to answer that because I think you're a consultant, so we'll come back to that. So the other thing, reading the submissions, and having visited Nelson quite often, that view shaft seems to, I'll use that word iconic. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it seems to be one of those things. You know, people standing on the cathedral steps looking down seems to be very much a loved thing of Nelson. And you do talk about, even though there's not the connection there, the associative values and, you know, that whole issue of historic nostalgia in a sense. Where do you sit in that position, that on that basis it's worth retaining? And again, I can put that to Ms Hewson and others around section 32, because if the view shaft stays, I accept that it makes it more difficult for the intensification that Plan Change 29 is attempting to achieve. But could you sort of expand on your sort of this argument about associative values?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think that's where it comes down to kind of understanding what is I guess the aspect that view shaft is, or those associative values are being responded to. And I really do think that is about the Trafalgar Street connection with the cathedral. And I guess that's where I've always kind of come back to that. We do have rules in the plan currently which are around buildings within that open corridor that enable kind of a connection between the cathedral down Trafalgar Street towards the coast. I think that's the thing that kind of where the plan could provide kind of an additional kind of recognition of what's important there in terms of those associative values. I don't think it is the view of the coast because that doesn't exist anymore in terms of when you're standing on those steps. So I guess it's just being clear about what the values of that view are. And I do think it's relating to the Trafalgar Street corridor and its connection and how that could be recognised.
One final question for me is, I think Mr. Bowman raised it and others. I mean, I think you're quite clear that the view shaft's intended to have views from the cathedral downwards. Others are saying it should recognise the view the other way. Do you want to make a comment on that?
That's exactly right. So the current view shaft is set up to be a view from the church steps looking towards the Nelson Haven and Tasman Bay. It's not functioning as a view from the other way. And that's what I have done in terms of my evidence. I've provided views looking the other way to understand what that view shaft change would be. So but it's the current operation of the view shaft is a view from the steps looking north. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does, but so presumably, I mean, because that's what the view shaft says. But professionally, if it was open to us, I know you're recommending it to be deleted. But if it isn't, would it be appropriate to, put aside any scope issues, would it be appropriate to recognise the views both ways?
Yeah, and that's where I think you get into that. The view along Trafalgar Street would enable that, and that is kind of evident in my graphic supplement looking at those views looking south along Trafalgar Street. So that's, I think that's important to recognise if we can within the plan.
Yeah, just building on that questioning then, thank you. And looking at your slide 6 of 8, where you're looking back up from the bridge up Trafalgar Street in the southward direction to the cathedral. You've marked on there the proposed 24-metre height on either side of Trafalgar Street in your depiction there. Would you consider that kind of canyonising of that view to be a significant impact on that view shaft from that angle?
No, I think what I'm more concerned about from that angle or that perspective is if we didn't have any provisions that kind of maintained that openness along that view. I think I guess in terms of kind of the legibility of where the cathedral is on that axis is the key kind of aspect of value there. I do accept that there would be a reduction and there would be kind of a corridor that's retained, but I think that's the important thing in terms of when we're looking south towards the cathedral to respond to. And I guess the concern around any structures or bridges or other connections which might occur along that corridor, if that isn't clear in the plan to protect. So I think that the key aspect of that view is the legibility of the cathedral at the end of the axis of Trafalgar Street.
Could you look at your slide 4 of 8? which is where you've got the comparison between the inner city and city fringe zones, 15 metres, and the PC 29, 24 metres. Could you just talk me through the location of Trafalgar Street on that?
Yeah.
On those diagrams.
Yeah, so Trafalgar Street is to the left of that view shaft, so you can see the triangular form. So Trafalgar Street is effectively there's a little sliver of on both the green and the blue, which you can see, and that's effectively that corridor of Trafalgar Street, if you like. But most of the view shaft is to the east of Trafalgar Street, with Trafalgar Street itself being I guess the western extent of that view shaft.
So if we go back to slide 6.
Yeah.
Where you've shown the height differences on both sides of Trafalgar Street. Just talk me through how that relates to the diagrams we're looking at.
Okay, no, good question. So on the left of that is the larger part of that triangle. So you can see the kind of the area to the east of Trafalgar Street. So that's the area that you're picking up. That little sliver that I mentioned, which kind of joins in with the council offices, that's on the western side of Trafalgar Street. So it's simply a little sliver which is included within the parameters of the view shaft, and it ends at the council offices, and obviously then kind of slopes towards the cathedral and enables views of the Grampians beyond that.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Gervin.
Welcome.
Just before we come to Ms. Hewson, is anyone hot? Is there any way, can we turn the heating down? I thought it might have just been me. But I was tempted to take a break. Ms. Hewson, I think we'll continue. So we'll cover off planning component. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Hewson. I'm a consultant planner for Resource Management Group, acting on behalf of Nelson City Council in relation to the heritage and Churchill view shaft aspects of Plan Change 29. And as noted in my section 42A report, my involvement with Plan Change 29 commenced after notification, but before the further submissions closed. And I appreciate that you have read a vast amount of information, obviously my 42, my addendum, the joint witness statements, and also I understand you've had my summary statement as well. Rather than reading to that, I recommend that I just cover off the key matters of contention. Obviously, my summary covers off matters that aren't in contention, but it's just a pure summary of my full 42. If it does help the panel at all, I'm happy to be guided whether you want a little brief overview of what the heritage aspects are of Plan Change 29, or you just want me to go straight to the matters of contention for timing. Okay. Sure. So the key matters of contention, there are 5 as I see it. One is obviously the heritage assessment criteria. The next is the scheduled items within Appendix A. The next is heritage precincts. The fourth is around the provisions, particularly the RER 18T and also the ICR 37A. And then obviously the last item that we've just heard from Mr. Gervin was around the removal of the Churchill view shaft. So I'll cover each of those off in turn, just in terms of where my position has got to. So turning first to the heritage assessment criteria, you've heard from the experts, which obviously I rely on solely, given that I'm not a heritage expert myself. So the key issue of contention was obviously in relation to the criteria itself, the difference between whether they're coupled or whether they're separated out, or those additional 4 criteria which Mr. Bowman seeks to be included. And as you rightly surmised, my understanding is that if those changes were to be made, there isn't a fundamental quantum of difference of what would be either included in notification of Plan Change 29, or those that were set to be deleted. But I do understand that if those were changed, it would create a record, probably that was more fulsome, maybe not as efficient, but those records are not contained in the plan. They are obviously, they sit outside the plan. They are background evidence documents. To note that they are obviously put onto property files, so they can be accessed. But in terms of what has actually been notified, there is no quantum of difference, as my view from the experts. So I'm satisfied that what was notified and also what has subsequently been recommended to be either included or up-ranked is appropriate. Moving now to, sorry, bear with me a second. The particular items that are in contention in relation to Appendix 1, there's been several submitters that seek the retention of deleted items. Also, there has been submitters that either opposed their change of ranking, and also there has been some submitters, one submitter that is opposing their listing per se. Based on the evidence of Dr. McEwen, I have recommended, we have recommended that in relation to the submitter that is opposing the new addition, that's 225 Waimea Road, that we have reduced the spatial extent. And from a planning point of view, the reason why I've recommended this is that initially that spatial extent of that property included dwellings that were new. They were only around 10 years old, and I feel as though it would unduly compromise, well, not compromise, it would unduly mean that those properties would have the heritage rules apply to them when they are not actually heritage items themselves. So we've really honed down the exact extent of that property, given it was a very large property, and so that is where we've landed on that particular item. And in terms of the other properties that were either seeking to be retained or changing of their group, whether they're a Group A or a Group B, again, I've fully relied on the evidence of Dr. McEwen, and I'm satisfied, given that the criteria, again, is fit for purpose, that those are entirely appropriate to be either continue to be deleted or their group category is appropriate. And again, we have recommended the changes of some group categories in that relation to respond to submitters' comments on that. I'm moving now to the heritage precincts. Again, the Plan Change 29 initially sought to remove the inner city heritage precinct in its entirety, based on the further submissions from Heritage New Zealand and Dr. McEwen's further assessment of that. We have recommended that a smaller subset of the operative heritage inner city precinct be retained, and obviously there's the new Richmond precinct, and again that has been recommended to be retained as notified. In relation to the Wakefield precinct that was proposed to be removed for Plan Change 29, there hasn't been any evidence to date that has shown anything that would counter Dr. McEwen's evidence that it doesn't meet the muster to be a heritage precinct. Turning now to the provisions in relation to RER 18T and also in relation to ICR 37A. I will just answer your question off the bat in relation to scope for the change of the ICR 37A. Heritage New Zealand's original submission sought that buildings no higher than 15 metres in the city centre. I can refer you or send you a snippet of the aspect of there. So that's where the scope came from. And obviously, Dr. McEwen and I met with Heritage New Zealand on several occasions to discuss what our findings were, and that was where the outcome of that came from.
So there was an HPT primary submission.
Primary submission.
Thank you.
This matter was obviously dealt with through joint witness conferencing, particularly in relation to AT&T. And there was a discussion around the application of that rule, and originally, as notified, the wording was either used with adjoining or adjacent, and obviously there was concerns around what that would capture. So potentially, if it was adjacent, it would mean that the buildings across the road would have to have that sort of blanketed height reduction. So on discussions and in joint witness conferencing, the intention of the rule was discussed between Ms. Baker and Dr. McEwen, and the intention was that it is only should apply where it has a shared common boundary. So hence why we changed that, so that we make sure that we're only capturing those properties that really need to be completely abutting, essentially. Yeah. In relation to the Manuka Street Hospital site, so they sought that rule RER 18 not apply, and they have provided some very useful drawings, and Mr. Milne's evidence has a good graphic of the difference between what would be allowed in terms of height to relation to boundary. And again, I reiterate your summary that it is lesser than what the current either high density or even the medium density, where it would get to 8 metres, it would be further away from the heritage property boundary than if the actual RER 18 was applied. So therefore, I'm really confident that the outcome is actually a better result for that heritage property, and that's what gives me the confidence that that site-specific schedule and those provisions are more appropriate, and therefore that rule does not need to apply to that particular site. In relation to ICR 37A, obviously, as notified, there was no heritage precinct within that heritage, the inner city. And so with the introduction of that, then that's where the introduction of that rule came in. And it is based on Dr. McEwen's advice and evidence that anything above 15 metres could potentially have that effect on the heritage values. And therefore, we're really trying to seek to maintain that those heritage properties, their heritage values are still provided for, but with the lens of obviously PC29. And I feel as though both of those rules strike the balance between still providing for intensification, but given obviously the heritage village, that we need to have some level of modification to ensure that. And a colleague provided a good example, and if I can show you, so obviously if we look at a piece of paper in terms of the heritage, or the development potential, so this would be the full potential if the underlying zoning was to be applied. And then if we think about the operative, obviously it's sort of that. And given the additional setbacks and site coverage, particularly in the medium density, essentially what we are given then is that. So we're still giving you more development potential than what is the operative, but we are paying respects to the heritage and giving us that modified version. So I feel as though that's a good balance. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Is that your summary complete, or do you have more?
Sorry, I'll just, in terms now of the view shaft, again, completely basing in support of Mr. Gervin's evidence. What gives me comfort with the removal of that is that any building within the inner city is in a consenting status. So for any new building, your RDA, with the assessment matters, I appreciate potentially there could be some increase of assessment matters, and turning also to the issue of the Trafalgar Street, I appreciate that corridor and any development within that. I think of the example of the crossing in Christchurch, where there is, a bridgeway across the street, then potentially that could occur, and then the potential to manage that. I'm completely open to having a look at that if that's something that would be quite crucial. However likely a development of that nature would occur, but I feel as though that is something that would impact on that view if it was to occur. So I'm happy to be guided in respect to sort of further investigation around that aspect that Mr. Gervin brought up.
I think we'll see what comes through the rest of the evidence through other submitters, and the panel will need to decide how it wants to handle that.
So that is the summary of the really key matters in contention, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Brand, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Sorry, I saved them all for you because I wasn't sure if they were there or where. So with the maybe I'll work in reverse order because we're just talking about the view shaft. So we've got some buildings in there that have certain characteristics and certain time zone kind of appropriateness, and then we would take away the view shaft, so therefore we could potentially have higher buildings or newer buildings. Does that then impact on, coming back to trees, I sort of didn't want to bring up trees, but I'm up to trees. Because the higher you go, the less the daylight, therefore the trees become shaded and therefore they are deciduous. So in wintertime, they drop their leaves to provide more of that view shaft from the steps to the sea. So if we didn't have anything in there to protect that view shaft or the corridor, the heights of the buildings could be higher potentially. Therefore, the trees wouldn't survive, and you sort of see where I'm going with this. And then the character of the city becomes conflicted with what types of buildings or characters of buildings that we have if you've got a new building right next to an older style building, and then we become a mishmash of things.
So I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, how do we manage the heights and the styles of buildings in the city centre? And the assessment matters that are present for any, obviously, resource consent required needed for a new building covers off those matters quite substantially. The assessment matters are, obviously there's heritage assessments, there is design and aspects, there's overlooking, so I think your concerns would be covered off at consent stage. And obviously I can't answer any questions regarding trees. I'm not.
No, that's okay. It was just like, because the trees got brought up that they were blocking the view shaft, therefore it was already a barrier to open that. But the reality is the trees were deciduous, therefore they dropped their leaves, and then in winter time you have a clearer view, and the maintenance and everything else and blah 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 about trees. But it sort of then tied me into the competing demands of the different buildings, and then if you're trying to create, which comes back to that urban planning kind of aesthetic kind of look, and that it sort of isn't a mishmash of stuff. And then we've identified some heritage buildings down in particular, the street that you want to include and leave alone kind of thing. And then you've got, how does all of this become relevant if it's not a joining, I'm going to come back to all my things I've written down, boundary, like you talked about the ones across the road and all that. But if you've got, say, a flash new modern kind of building across the road, and then you've got this heritage over there, and this is however tall it can go, and that's at that height, it sort of like blocks out the sunlight and the daylight and reduces down the amenity value of the space. And so I'm just trying to figure out how that's all got factored in with the heritage, the view shaft, the building design, who's identified what, and as well as about I'm talking about the inner city at the moment, how that becomes still workable for people to be attracted to that space for their business or residents.
I'm not entirely sure what your question is to me, but what I understand is from the heritage point of view, where it relates to the heritage precinct that we are now recommending, that I'm recommending, there is a design guide that Dr. McEwen has updated, and that gives the developers a suite of things that they need to consider, and that is an assessment criteria where a consent comes in for that. So that is carefully assessed in relation to what Dr. McEwen has recommended would be appropriate in terms of design for those particular properties.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's sort of getting that. It's just that there has been a lot of chatter around the region about how you have on Trafalgar Street, this brand new building being built, and then over here up the top of Trafalgar, you've got a more of a character kind of building, and then they sort of, it feels like a mismatch. And then how is the city, supposed to be managing that? And I was just sort of wondering when this has come about and reports under the Planning Change 29, how that factors in to reassure people that that has also been factored in, not just the view shaft if it's already disappeared. Or
I think the overarching issue that manages that is the matters of discretion, given that every new building in the inner city is a restricted discretionary activity, and there is quite an extensive number of matters of discretion, including the heritage as well as the design aspect of things. So I think you can pass on to constituents that would be managed through the consenting process.
No, that's okay. And then there was an issue brought up, and you talked about how people might not own the property, but they've submitted for the property to be included as a heritage. And then they provide their alternate, I'm just going to name it, 6 Melrose Terrace. So I've sort of read through lots of information about that, and it sort of left with the recommendation was to not include that, but other people have asked for it to be included. So what was the weighting on that from an alternative methodology of wanting to include certain buildings when, and that was also questioned? How does that come about then when we have a case where the owner wasn't the person who submitted the request?
So any request we got through submission, we took that seriously, and regardless of where that came from, whether it be the owner or someone or a third party, they were all assessed by Dr. McEwen. So the assessment happened regardless of who nominated it. And then obviously the natural justice matter was brought up in my section 42, particularly where it wasn't the owner that nominated it, but we assessed all to make sure that obviously if it met muster, then that was a recommendation on my part.
Yeah, and that, so the different perspectives of
it was irrelevant whether it was nominated by an owner or a third party. We still carried out the assessment.
So that's okay because of the methodology that has been based and agreed upon to in principle. Okay, yep. Thanks.
Yeah, a few clarifying points from me, starting with the Hardy Street precinct area. Now, I've got a couple of pieces here, which is around the updated wording we have in relation to it's escaped me now, the directly adjoining or
sharing a common legal boundary.
Within those maps, does that include the extent of the common legal boundary of the precinct itself?
So the precinct itself is managed by its own rules. Obviously, there's rules within all zones in relation to the precinct. So they are managed with those precinct rules, it's only applying to those properties that share that common boundary. So in relation to the medium density zone, there are, I think it was 67 properties it would apply to. And then where it relates to the inner city or the Hardy Street South precinct, 7 properties that it would apply to. So that's the extent of those rules. So it's the weight and balance of those properties against the number of existing properties within those heritage precincts.
Yeah, okay, that's very helpful. I mean, essentially, where my thinking was on that is obviously included within the boundaries of the precinct itself. You have buildings that are constructed within the last 15 years, or 2006, 2007, somewhere around that point. That makes sense. Just to, and you might have covered this off in the recommendation within your section 42A around the assessment criteria being added. We introduced the notion of proximity to heritage precincts, and I guess what is the understanding of proximity to a heritage precinct? I think particularly as it relates to that inner city zone, is development across the street, further along the street, in proximity to the heritage precinct?
And that's why we changed the wording adjacent to the shared common boundary to pull that back so that it didn't capture those properties across the road from a heritage precinct.
So that's really the clarification I was seeking, is because you touched on the changes to the words adjacent and surrounding. Proximity is being included. It has been captured by those
where
updated.
It shares a common boundary.
Yeah. So that's an update also to
Correct.
ICR 37A.
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. I think that's it from me.
Thank you. I've got a few questions and we're slightly over time. So what I'm going to suggest, I'm going to take the break now, just so everyone can have a bit of a stretch and come back. But can I just check in with Ms. Moore? I know we've got Mr. Badham and Mr. Badham's waited all day and practically got the least controversial part of it. I don't know whether witnesses have got planes to catch and whether we need to deal with them now or later. Or no, you're fine. Okay, so we're all good. So so if we can come back, we're running slightly late, but not too late. If we come back in 15 minutes, just before 1:45, and I'll cover off questions for Ms. Houston, and then we'll go on to the others. Thank you. I've got questions for Ms. Houston. I don't have questions before. Okay, you go.
Yeah, that just one element I'm still trying to get my head around, which is around that provision of a new assessment criteria in relation to IC 37A, which is in terms of that process of, from a consenting officer's perspective, that process of evaluating effects on the heritage value of city centre and city fringe, in particular in relation to proposed building heights, is what's that evaluation or that assessment of effect is going to be based upon?
So there's the assessment, obviously there's the matter of discretion, and then the assessment criteria. Now if I'll get it up, it's probably the easiest thing. It might be better to come back to that if I can get that up, and yeah, thank you.
I'll start off there, and it might be a combo between you and Mr. Governorate. Just in terms of that rule 37A, I think you've said, and I just want to clarify. So, I understand that rule, but a building in that zone is an RDA anyway, correct? Isn't it right? So
That's
this is
right.
really adding another reason for consent. So I'm only just thinking about the sort of the justice issues here, or the clarity issues. So party might not have seen it, but they need to have an RDA anyway for the building, and so this is another. Okay, I'll come to that. And it's another question you may or may not know, and I can ask Mr. Lyle. I know in terms of that rule and in terms of 18 and 19 will disappear obviously if the high density goes away. Wainui Properties, one of Mr. Lyle's clients, I understand, and it's come through the joint witness statement, has sort of come up with a compromise position effectively, but has sort of said we maintain our view that we don't agree with the rule overall. Do you know, did that submission extend to, did they lodge any further submissions to Poheri Tonga, Heritage New Zealand, in relation to 37A? I'm just wondering what sort of broader scope we've got in terms of other submissions.
I'd have to check on that further submission.
I haven't seen any, and I haven't specifically looked, so I'll ask Mr. Lyle, but it doesn't mean okay. So can I come to that rule then first? And we've talked about that with Dr. McEwen about her view is that rule is necessary because it's really to help recognise and provide for the Section 6 language for historic heritage. But what it does do, it imposes a consent restriction on the adjoining property or the common legal boundary, irrespective of the size of that property, and if I'm right, sort of almost irrespective of what the neighbour might want to do on that property. So the question I've got from you, for you, is: would it be possible that rule could be more defined so that there was simply a yard requirement? So if you are not building within 1 metre, 2 metres, 3 metres, and the rule only applies if you are building within that.
Yes, I think given the Schedule Y in their provisions and how they have applied, then something similar could then be transferred to other larger sites.
Right.
So I agree that there is merit that a blanket for an entire very large site where it may where there may be a subdivision that has conglomerated the legal parcel, then yes.
Thank you. Dr. McEwen, if the panel was thinking that was a more appropriate way to go, with the scope as Wainui Property still say maintain, delete the rule, don't think it's appropriate. You're saying, the externality of this, protecting the historic is borne by the neighbour and those. Is it possible to put it just a meterage in it, or do you need to go off and look at every single site and say, in this case, it would need to be 1, in this case, it would need to be 2 and 3, and on that basis, it may not be very efficient?
I just have to get some clarification as to whether that intended rule is just for the precinct or it's for the scheduled items as well.
Depending on which rule you're relating to. So
37A.
37A only relates to heritage precincts rather than individual
I'm sorry, I'll put that one aside because I'm not, I imagine in that instance, because of the way that zone goes, I imagine most of the developments will want to cover most of the side, up to the side boundaries and going up. So I'm really focusing on those ones in the residential zone, rules 18 basically. And all I'm looking at the possibility is if the panel thought that the rule that had been put in was too onerous on the adjoining property, how difficult would it be to specify if you're within this distance of the boundary, the rule would apply. If you were adding onto your building on the other side, say, of the building, so it wasn't coming any closer to the heritage object or bugger, no one matters. No one cares.
I guess it's a question of the quantum of work you'd have to do in order to do something in a bespoke fashion for every subject property.
That's the question I'm asking you. Would you have to go off and do every single site to see what was appropriate versus could you say, from my understanding of these sites, if you put a rule in to say anyone building wanting to build or add on closer than, let's just say 2 meters, that rule is triggered?
I think it would have to be site specific. And the difficulty I would have in doing that bespoke work before the possibility of a consent would be how exhaustive the list of all of the things that might happen on the neighbouring property. Whereas if you apply for a consent, there is a proposal that you can then assess.
No, I understand that. And I suppose that's the question we're going to in terms of section 32, because, the minute there's a rule in there, it potentially affects the value of that property. They are responsible for probably having to have a heritage assessment, an architectural assessment, planner maybe, to put these, and, you're probably looking at tens of thousands of dollars. So the question that I'm just posing is, in section 32 terms, is the rule that's been put in place the most appropriate or not? And is there an alternative? And I think your response to that was, in your view, you probably need to do a site-by-site determination, and that's going to take a lot of work. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I believe so.
The related question, this rule, I think Dr. McEwen talked about where this rule came from. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. I was looking at the existing policy in the operative plan, which I think is DO416. It's the one that says the heritage, significance and integrity of any feature identified by a heritage overlay should not be unduly compromised, etc. Then it explains that the policy recognises the need to enable to alter or extend heritage buildings, etc. So it seemed to be confined to development on the site, not the adjoining site. So I'm wondering what was the policy basis, and there was no change to this policy, to kind of bring the rule in. And is this now a rule kind of left hanging in the sense that there's no real policy basis to it? Does that make sense, that question?
It does make sense.
All right.
And I would need to go back and just have a look at the policy wording and get back to you if I can at the end of the day.
I suppose, yeah, that's fine. So the question really is, it seems to me that policy is framed around development on the site, and additions to that needs to be considered, but it didn't seem to be extending to the adjoining property. And therefore, the question I was posing from a planning perspective is, what's then the rationale for bringing this rule in? And if that rule is coming in, did there need to be, given that it needs a restricted discretionary activity, does there need to be a commensurate policy to address it? Anyway, I'll just leave that. That was just a perceptual view. Just coming to this issue that what you raise of natural justice, and I'm sort of just thinking about fairness. The two sites that you raise is 18 Ngāti Tama Street and 109 Runnapin. Are they both sites that Poheri Tonga or Heritage New Zealand have asked to be included?
18 Ngāti Tama was for Heritage New Zealand, and 109 Rutherford Street was Mr. Wasney, is that correct?
Mr. Who, sorry?
Mr. Wasney's submitter.
Oh, right, okay. We just need to decide how we want to deal with that. That's fine. Coming to, I think those are all the issues I wanted to raise in terms of the heritage schedule and that basis. And then just coming to the view shaft issue. And again, I want to raise the issue with you about the regional policy statement issue. And in particular, there is a particular policy in the Nelson, in the regional policy statement, this is NA 2.33, says to avoid development which detracts from the landscape and amenity values afforded by view shafts within the urban area, and then it talks about in gateways. And clearly this view shaft has come into the plan. Seems to be a very clear directive to avoid development which detracts from the landscape. And Mr. Gervin set out why he thinks it's appropriate for it to disappear, and you agree with him. Other submitters are raising the importance of the view shaft. How do you see reconciling its deletion against that policy at the RPS level?
I think given that the consenting framework, particularly in the inner city zone, given its RDA, it gives the council the discretion to accept or decline with conditions where potentially there may be effects in relation to that. So I think that I'm comfortable around the consenting framework that is covering that whole area, that then it still has the ability to accept.
Right. So that's the question that Commissioner O'Neill said we'll need to go back and have a look at the specific assessment criteria or matters of discretion, whether that's appropriate to address issues related to the view shaft. So what you're saying is, I mean, you professionally are open to dealing with it in a different way.
And I'd be open to having a look at the assessment criteria and making sure that if there needs to be additional strengthening in relation to the specific views, if that's what the panel decides, then I'm more than happy to have a look at that. And if there needs to be, again, strengthening around that matter of across the street to ensure that that corridor down Trafalgar Street is maintained.
Did you get an answer? I mean, Mr. Gervin's position, it's partly predicated on the trees, and I'm not suggesting the trees are going to go or whatever, but, I'm looking at it from a planning legal perspective. Yes. Is there any protection afforded to those trees? Could the council cut them down tomorrow? So
down Trafalgar Street, there are only 3 listed trees, so the rest of them are not listed in terms of a heritage tree. So it would only be those 3 particular trees that would require any consenting for trimming or cutting down.
Thank you. So otherwise, though, the rest of them could be cut down, and then okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Anything else for?
Yeah, thank you. I just building on that response you provided to the chair regarding the RDA control that might be afforded to managing those effects. Are you more yes, I think you may be specifically thinking about the crossing kind of thing, which would interrupt that view shaft, as opposed to the intrusion on the view shaft that could be achieved through the development that complied with the RDA standards right up to the pedestrian boundary of the street. So you're comfortable that development that could occur right up to the boundary of the street, compliant with the RDA standards, is acceptable, and that equally it's acceptable then that the view shaft can be removed.
Not being a landscape or a urban designer, I'm not sure I can give a full answer in terms of what's acceptable for design aspect, but in terms of management and the ability to council to have discretion, then yes, I'm comfortable with that.
So are you suggesting that, as Mr. Gervin sort of expressed, the current appreciation of that view shaft is looking back up towards the cathedral in terms of people's appreciation of the ability to do that, the visual amenity of that, that would be a matter of protection that, or matter discretion that could be built into the ADA. So effectively, taking away the view shaft, but you're replacing it by reversing the view through some ADA criteria. Is that effectively what you're saying?
That could happen, and that could deal with issues of obviously that the view shaft doesn't currently. It obviously, the reasonings or the rationale behind that view is from the church out to. It is not protecting from the haven to the church steps. But I take your point that there could be assessment matters that could deal with both if that was what the panel decided, or that there's evidence showing that that could happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, gentlemen. Now, I'll just hand over to
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. If I could take my evidence and Chief as read, please. I haven't prepared, Ari Fon, Director of FUMNZ. I was engaged by Council to provide a technical advice on traffic and transport matters related to Plan Change 29. I haven't prepared a summary statement, but I'll just provide a very brief overview of my evidence. So my review is included but not limited to vehicle parking, vehicle and micro mobility access, cycle parking and cycle end of trip facilities. Most of the submissions in opposition to transport related provisions of the plan change raise parking as a key matter. In general terms, those submissions oppose the omission of any requirement to provide car parks near new development. However, in compliance with MP SUD, Council can't no longer require that a minimum number of car parks can be provided, so therefore no relief can be provided on those submissions. There's been very few submissions made either in support or in opposition on the Plan Change 29 standards for private access. Given there are some reasonably substantial changes proposed in the plan change, in particular that will allow development that doesn't provide vehicle access as a permitted activity, I was somewhat surprised at that. Of the submissions on the new micromobility access requirements as outlined in Appendix 11.3a, the majority of those submissions either supported or conditionally supported those provisions. Following my assessment of matters raised in submissions and where deemed appropriate, I've recommended amendments to the proposed Plan Change 29 access parking and micromobility changes to the plan, and they're included in my evidence, Chief. And obviously where submissions raised matters that were sought relief or lay outside the plan change, I haven't provided a response to those, and there were a number of those, but they simply aren't covered in my evidence. That's my summary. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
I know the national policy statement, removes car parking provisions and all that, and there's clearly a lot of submissions raising that issue, and we've got the issue from fire and emergency services and saying accesses are too narrow, we can't get our emergency vehicles down there, and we've got evidence of this, and they're running this argument across the country. What's your response?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I did provide there's a section of my evidence in chief that responds to the FEN submission in a bit more detail. The approach I took is that the where vehicle access is required to be formed, that is no different to the current plan. So there's been no change in the physical standards. Yes, yeah, correct. So So in essence, there's no deterioration of access standards where there is a vehicle access that will be provided under the plan change for future developments. And there is a minor change that I've recommended in relation to where micromobility access is provided, just in terms of providing some additional clearance and vegetation for access and potential firefighting purposes. So, yeah, I've responded to that in more detail in my evidence.
As a complete aside, do you find it frustrating as a traffic engineer, and I'll ask the same question, that there are no car parking provisions?
Yes and no. Yeah. I mean, New Zealanders have a love affair with our vehicles. I think about 4.7 million registered vehicles at last count and climbing. We're really overpopulated in terms of vehicles. On the other hand, that's an income stream for me as a traffic engineer. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess that personally, crikey, I've been doing traffic work for over 3 decades. I think for 25 years of that, the focus is on 4 wheels. Thankfully, it's changed in the last decade or so. Although currently, with some policies that are coming through at the moment, things are perhaps going backwards a step or two. I don't see that there's a major issue, or sorry, I don't personally see a major concern with no provision of parking for developments. Yeah,
it's helpful.
Yeah, I suppose that sort of led on to a question I had in my mind, but I wasn't going to ask, is, you know, and maybe you've answered it now, is with the move away from minimum parking requirements. I suppose that's been in place in Auckland for a few years now. In your traffic assessments, have you found that the traffic environment is becoming more efficient or less efficient on a local scale?
Locally, I think as Mr. Palmer provided evidence earlier this morning, there's a changing of the peak, not necessarily a lowering of the peak, but it's not increasing at the same rate. Sorry, that's the we're talking about the AM and the PM peak along the main roads into Nelson in business hours. That isn't growing as it used to. So there's a COVID effect in there as well, of course. But notwithstanding that period of time, there was a change in driver behaviour. And whether that's a shift in mode, whether that's a shift in workplace, whether that's a shift in working hours, that is, you know, we see that happening here in our region. I can't speak as to whether something similar is happening elsewhere. Yeah.
Mr. Badham. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko David Badham toku ingoa. I'm the reporting planner for the transport and public highway topics. I do have a brief summary statement here, which I'm reading to, but I'm not actually going to read it verbatim because I think, as you've alluded to, Mr. Chairman, it's pretty narrow in terms of the issues on this one. So, just picking up from 1.4, so I confirm I attended no expert conferencing on these topics, as none was specifically required. Really, I think this is a case of probably leaving the easiest topic to last, because at the end of the day, there's a generally limited scope of submissions, and there's no evidence being presented or that I've seen pre-circulated specifically on these topics. So I consider that there are very few issues in contention or matters that require particular attention by the panel. Therefore, what I've done is I've briefly, just in my summary statement, summarised the key matters I raised within my section 42A, and I'm happy to take any questions or clarifications on that. Just referring to the transport-related matters, PC 29 includes targeted amendments to the transport provisions to align with the directions of the National Policy Statement, as we've already heard. The Future Development Strategy, which I was also involved in, but in a different capacity, and also the Land Transport Strategy, plan, as well. The overarching purpose of PC 29's amendments is to ensure that they are appropriate and can accommodate high density development that's envisaged, while contributing to a well-functioning urban environment. So submissions have raised a number of issues on the transport provisions, which I've addressed in detail in my section 42A. It's obviously supported by the evidence of Mr. Fon. I've recommended a number of minor recommended amendments to the provisions, which I've listed in 2.2 of my summary statement, which is taken from my section 42A. I don't propose to read those out. Those are just a quick summary at a glance for you in terms of the changes. Moving on to public kāinga. So Plan Change 29 proposes new objectives, policies and rules for public kāinga in the general, medium and high density, which I understand has been recommended for removal zones in the inner city, suburban and suburban commercial zones. So submissions raised a number of issues relating to the public kāinga provisions, which I've addressed in my section 42A. And I have again recommended a number of changes and what I largely consider to be minor amendments to the provisions to address those. Again, I've listed those there from A to G, and I don't plan to go over them in any detail here. Last, moving on to my section 4 of my summary statement, there was a couple of corrections I picked up on reviewing my 42A and attachments. The first one was just relating to a method D01015VA. I must admit the references in this plan do cause the eyes to go a bit cross-eyed, but we'll get there. So I had recommended a change which said require every site to be provided with vehicular, pedestrian and micromobility access. That's incorrect because the language of the method was going to be inconsistent with the policy. So I therefore recommended, and I'll put some new word in there just to make it consistent, because the intent is that it's pedestrian, micromobility and or vehicular access. So I've clarified that. And then the last point there was just a minor typo that I picked up on one of my provisions. So yeah, happy to take any questions or clarifications you have on that or anything else relating to these topics. I don't have any questions either. Again, thank you very much. I think the summary and your report very clear. I'd like to relevant attention. With public kāinga, there are some submissions who are raising more fundamental issues about that I'm not sure whether you're in front of us. I just made I'll ask you the question, but none of them raised why do the public kāinga provisions and why are these based on race? My response to that is section 6 talks about because of the right for finding a relationship. Is that what's your position on Tolkien and providing for Oh, it does link you straight back to section 6E and that matter of national importance. You also have section 8 as well, and the principles of Te Tiriti and Treaty of Waitangi. So, but I also think it's just respective of the barriers to public kāinga development that Māori landowners face. It's not just resource consenting. There are a multitude of layers of barriers that they face in terms of multiple ownership, financing, etc. So in my view, in an overall strategic sense, it's appropriate to have more permissive provisions for public kāinga, and I've certainly taken that view across the country and other plan changes as well. Turn my microphone on, I'll get used to doing that. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence of both of you. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Anderson, I think that's it for today, isn't it?
That's correct.
Right. And so just after just a minute, we'll adjourn. So tomorrow, though, we're starting at 9 o'clock and we're really covering natural hazards. I just want to just for those, certainly the council experts who might not be here today, we want to thank everybody for the 42As, the addendums, and certainly the joint witness statements and all the work that's gone into that, because clearly the issues have been narrowed substantially between the parties, and that's obviously very helpful to us. So for those of you who are not here tomorrow, thank you very much. And on that basis, we'll adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.